beat Imogen Haddad in the first round and then took out the number 5 seed in qualifying, Jessica Malekova. Had a really tough first round against another Brit, young up-and-coming 17-year-old Ella McDonald. Saved 8 set points nonetheless in the first set tiebreaker, managed to come through in straight sets to set up this intriguing matchup with the number 1 seed here. Had a tough loss last night with partner Ali Collins. Lost to Misaki Doi and Beatrice Gambulia. 7-6, 7-3. As you can see just in the top of your picture, there was her doubles partner coming to cheer her on. But now here's our number 1 seed, Annalena Kalinina, the 25-year-old. Currently ranked at 49, but has been as high as 34 back in June of this year. Came through a tough match yesterday against Elsa Giacomo, 6-4, 6-1. Already has, as you can see, 18 ITF titles. Has also made 1 WTA final. That was back in Budapest. Had some really good wins that week. Beat Collins, Udvardi, Pera, Kalinskaya before losing out to Yulia Putintseva in the final. Should be an interesting matchup here. It'll be interesting to see how Freya Christie is able to deal with what Kalinina brings.
2 minutes.
Just the last few warm-up serves and returns here before we get things underway. Kalinina won the toss, chose to receive.
One minute.
As I said, full day's play here on centre court. 5 rounds of matches, all featuring British players.
Angelina Kalinina to the left of the chair, won the toss and chose to receive.
Scott Noble in the chair will be taking us through this one. So following the conclusion of this one, we have British Billie Jean King Cup player for next week, Katie Boulter, taking on former top 20 player Janina Wickmayer from Belgium. Following that, we've got Jodie Burrage taking on Eva Lees. Then semi-finalist from Wimbledon this year, Tatiana Maria, who again came through a tough one yesterday against Armani Banks, taking on Lily Miyazaki. And before we finish the day out with the evening session, not before 6:30, British pairing of Lauren Jean-Baptiste and Elise Maloney will be taking on Paula Kanya-Choden and Nagini Abduraimova. Not just matches out here on the centre court, plenty of matches going out on court 2 and 3. Kick things off at 10 o'clock. Former Australian Open semi-finalist Karolina Mukova in action as well. Anna Conjuan Sonne Cartel as well, but we'll be focusing our eyes on this one here. First match of round 2. Annalena Kalinina, our top seed here, taking on Freya Christie.
First set, Freya Christie to serve.
And it will be the Brit Freya Christie to kick things off for us here in this second round clash.
Love.
Great start for Christie. Serve is going to be key here. Doesn't want to give Kalinina too many looks at second serves today.
Fifteen.
That's one area I think Christie's got to look to avoid, getting into the cross-court backhand battle with Kalinina. Probably her favourite shot, that backhand. Makes such a difference when she lands that first serve. I'm hoping to be getting a few cheap points from that.
Out. Out. 30-40. Out. Deuce.
Good save there from Christie. Doesn't want to get broken in the first game here. Wants to try and get his first game on the board, settle any nerves that there might be.
Advantage, Christie.
And a second ace of the game. Brings up a first game point here.
Game, Christie.
There's that serve again. Gets his first game on the board.
First game.
Nice to get through that one, having saved a break point already in the opening game. Should be an interesting matchup here for Christie. Good test of where her game's at. How does it match up with the top 50 player? She's got a lot of weapons, big serve and a big forehand that can hurt Kalinina. Is she able to do that consistently enough?
Love.
Holds that backhand so well. Early preparation. Can go cross court or line with it. That time choosing to go cross court.
All.
Possibly an area that Christie can look to exploit. Doesn't necessarily have too much pace, that Kalinina second serve. Showing the prowess on the forehand as well. Just moving Christie from side to side. Again, just generates that pace on the forehand effortlessly. Showing she can go both ways with the forehand. Brings up 2 game points.
Game, Kalinina.
Comfortable hold there for the number 1 seed.
1 game up. Love. Love.
Third ace already for Christie.
Love.
Make that 4. Racing through this service game already.
That's game, Christie. Christie leads 2-1.
And a much more comfortable hold there for the Brit. After having to save break points in that opening game. Nice to get a love hold on the board. Not much that Kalinina could do about it when Christie is serving like that. Difference in mentality here for Christie. Coming from the first round match playing fellow Brit, the younger player was the favourite, dealt with that pressure well. As I mentioned, saving 8 set points in the first set. Completely different outlook in this match. Playing a top 50 player for the first time. Pressure is all on Kalinina.
Time.
Impressive start though here from the Brit.
Out.
That's the returns I was talking about. Shorter second serve there from Kalinina. Right into the Christie forehand. No holding back. And there it is again. Just that aggression off the Christie racket. And something she's got to be brave enough to do this whole match. A little bit of an opening here. Love 30.
Out.
Great point there from Kalinina.
15-30.
Dominating from the baseline, hitting it side to side. Great finish there with the drive volley. Just look at that concentration, eyes on the ball.
Out. $15.40.
Aggressive return again there from Christie, forcing Kalinina back. Getting the error on that forehand. Now Christie has a couple of break points of her own.
Game, Christie.
Another forehand error there from Kalinina, the top seed. And it's the Brit, Freya Christie, who gets the early break in this opening set. Very good start here from Christie. Playing really aggressive tennis. Exactly what she needs to do against Kalinina. Wants to keep this momentum going. First serve has been so impressive so far in her opening couple of service games.
Love 15.
Good error from the Christie forehand though. Trying to do the right thing. Clinical smash there.
15 all.
Dealt with his slice so well, got it deep. Had a lot of success in doubles this year. Really showing off that confidence at the net.
$30-15.
Service causing so much damage. Just setting up the short ball. And being so clinical here, Christie.
Lads, first up. $40-15. Game, Christie.
Just showing the touch he has up at the net as well. Everything seems to be firing here for Christie. Racing into a 4-1 lead in this opening set. Showing no nerves out here at all. Just showing the touch he has up at the net as well. Plenty of other matches going on the outside courts here. Sonne Cartel just had to save off 3 set points against Anna Konju. Cartel won the first set 6-3, but was 5-4. Love 40 down. Back to Juice. And we are in danger of losing a former Australian Open semi-finalist from the draw, Karolina Mukova, playing fellow Czech Barbora Politsova. She is currently a 6-3, 5-2 down. Long way back.
Time.
Kalinina just hiding under the towel there, trying to regroup. Not been the best of starts from her out here. But impressive stuff from Christie. Can she keep this momentum going?
Love. $30 love. $40 love. Game. Christie. Kalinina. Christie leads 4 games to 2.
What a way to finish that service game. I'm not sure Christie agreed with the call, but the call stands. Race through that service game by Kalinina. 4-2 now to the Brit.
Boulter. Long. I called it. I think the sound of the backwood covered it up. $15 love. $30 love. Let's first serve. $30-15.
Great return there from Kalinina. Read the out wide serve was hanging on it. Return came back with interest. Can she find a couple more of those to get this break back here?
$30.
First loose error there from Christie. Maybe just a slight sign of tension. Knows this is an important game. Wants to keep that break advantage.
$30-40.
That's 2 in a row. Just going wide. Setting up a break point here to get back on serve for Kalinina.
Game. Kalinina. New balls, please.
And a little bit of a help from the net cord there at the net.
Christie leads 4 games to 3.
And the frustration from Christie evident. But the number 1 seed fights back and gets this break back, and we are back on terms here. That tight match that I was telling you about between Sonne Cartel and Anna Konju. Cartel did find a way to get through that service game. It's 5-all in that second set. Could go either way. But as I was talking about, Christie's had a lot of double success this year. Playing with Ali Collins. Already 4 titles to their name. On their biggest one to date in France. A women's 80k event. Also won the W60 just a couple of weeks ago back in Glasgow. And 2 25,000 events in Aldershot and Fox Hill. So at a career high of 174, really pushing up the rankings. But back on serve here. Annalena Kalinina serving with new balls.
Out. 15 love.
Better depth there from Christie. Can't afford to drop the ball short. That's what she was doing well in the opening games. Hitting with good depth, pushing Kalinina back. Fantastic point there by Freya Christie. Showing all her prowess at the forecourt there. Fantastic slice, cutting the ball, staying low down the line. Great finish with that forehand volley. Just out of Kalinina's reach.
Out. 30 all. Out. Out. 30-40.
Surprising double fault there from the number 1 seed. Gifting Christie another break opportunity to get the break straight back. And she can't find the court with that return. You could hear that sigh from Christie, that frustration that she didn't make Kalinina play. Back to deuce.
Out. Advantage, Christie.
Another double fault. They keep on coming. And the breakpoint opportunities for Christie keep on coming as well.
Out. Game, Christie.
And she does make the breakthrough. And relentless hitting from Christie.
Christie leads 5 games to 3.
Dug in well. Now 1 game away from taking this opening set.
Love. Love.
And that serve has been such a dominant weapon throughout this first set. The aces keep flowing. 2 points away from taking this opening set. And she missed it. Christie did so well just to make 1 extra ball back in the court. And all of a sudden, Christie is just 1 point away from taking the opening set against the top seed here.
T15.
Went for a big second serve there. Wanted to finish the point off quickly. Still 2 more chances to take this set.
Let's pass up. Let's second serve. Game and first sets, Christie.
She wraps up that first set with a forehand error from Kalinina. And the first seed here in Shrewsbury is really in trouble. Impressive stuff there from Freya Christie in that opening set. A lot of problem solving for Kalinina to do out here. Little shake of the head there from Kalinina. Bit of frustration with that opening set. Didn't bring her best tennis. Got some thinking to do out here. How is she going to be able to turn this match around? Can Christie serve as well as she did in that opening set for setting up the points, not giving Kalinina many chances? Look of concentration on the Christie face. Not showing it, but I'm sure she's extremely happy with her performance out here so far. Also try and start on the front foot in this second set. Really keep the pressure on Kalinina.
Second set, Kalinina to serve. Fifteen love. Thirty love.
That's more like it from the number 1 seed.
40 love.
Much more authoritative point there. Stepping in the court a lot more, maybe just letting out a little bit of frustration. That's more like
Game, Kalinina.
big forehand again to finish that game off. Race through that opening game of this second set. I can tell you that the match between Anna Konjuh and Sonne Cartel has gone to 3 sets. Cartel was 2 points away, 5-all in that second set tiebreak from taking the victory, but Konjuh dug deep, found a way, and they are just in the opening game of that third set. And Karolina Muchova, former Australian Open semi-finalist, is out. Beaten pretty comfortably by Barbora Politseva, 6-3, 6-2. So former French Open finalist Marketa Vondrousova is actually taking on Maya Lumsden out on that court. Maya came through a tough set battle last night here on centre court against Joanna Garland. Quick turnaround.
Fifteen love. Out. 30 love.
It's been a bit of a problem for Kalinina out here today so far. Not been able to string enough quality points in a row. We've seen a quality too few and far between.
Love.
For those aces we've seen plenty of. Keeps racking them up. Another quick service game potentially here.
T15.
Haven't seen that backhand enough from Kalinina today. Got to give Christie a lot of credit though. She's been pushing Kalinina back, playing aggressive tennis.
Let's what's up? Game, Christie.
Comfortable hold there for Christie.
One game off.
Kalinina just didn't get up to the ball. Hit a great return, but just didn't get the feet up the court. Great dig from Christie. Pressure straight back on Kalinina here. Isn't looking too happy out on the court. And Freya Christie looks in the zone.
Let's first up. That's 15 love. Love.
Much better so far this game. Stringing some quality points together.
Game, Kalinina.
Nice mix up there. First use of the drop shot we've seen today from Kalinina.
It's 2-1.
And a comfortable hold herself. Gets out into a 2-1 lead in this second set.
Time.
Just saw her doubles partner Addie Collins there. She was walking to put her towel in the box, just giving her a little bit of a clap. Giving her some encouragement. Playing really well so far, doing all the right things. Can she keep it up? Yes, she can. If that point is anything to go by.
15 love.
Seen so many points like that today. First serve setting up the forehand.
Lads, first serve.
Nicely done there from Christie. Again, that forehand just causing the damage. Enticing her to the net. Showing off those volley skills that she has.
Love. T15.
Nonchalant hit there down the line from Kalinina. Just really frustrated body language out there at the moment. Already walking to the other side of the court.
That's game, Christie.
Couldn't deal with the slice from Christie. Didn't get down low enough, and another error off the Kalinina racket.
2 games all.
They're racking up. One thing that's impressed me about Christie today has just been the calmness and the composure that she's shown out here. Just maintained her focus throughout. Clear idea of what she's trying to do out there, and so far executing it really well.
Love. All.
That forehand really has been standout today.
30-15.
Kalinina needs a few more of those.
(40-15). That's game Kalinina.
Just pushing that forehand long. And Kalinina just taking a look over at her coach, not very happy about something. And she gets her nose in front in this second set. 3-2. I think she's just saying to the umpire there the calls, can't quite hear them when they're being called out. Just asking if they could potentially be a little bit louder. But a lot of head shaking here. Not happy with her performance so far. Needs to just find a little bit more consistency in her game. Been a bit too up and down, a few too many errors have flowed off her racket so far. Not really been able to get into too many Christie service games apart from that one break in the opening set. Christie's serve has been so dominant so far. Can she continue with that?
(15-love).
Those are the errors I'm talking about. Just not normally what we'd expect from Kalinina. Can't afford to be missing second serve returns. And that frustration is etched all over her face.
Out. (30-love).
And it builds even more. Another error there off the return. Giving Christie so many cheap points.
(40-love). Out. Let's second set. Game Christie.
And 3 return errors there, hands Christie the game.
3 games all.
Just racing through every service game so far in the second set. Putting this pressure straight back onto Kalinina, who hasn't really been dealing with it that well so far. Almost starting to look a little bit of a sense of desperation. Christie can see the finish line in sight.
Love. Love. 40 love.
Just fractionally missing the sideline.
Out. Out. 40-15. Game, Kalinina.
And both players struggling a little bit with their returns on these last 2 service games. And Kalinina does hold on. Just muttering to herself there. Really not very happy. Change of racket possibly in order here. Not happy with the tension. Just in the background over Freya Christie's right shoulder, you can see Katie Boulter's granddad and her mum Sue just taking their seats in preparation for Katie's match, which follows this one. She will be taking on former world number 12 Janina Wickmayer in that second round clash.
That's 15 love.
Being a little bit more vocal about her frustration. Seen that countless times today from Christie.
30 love.
That sliding serve down the tee, getting the short ball. And that forehand has been pretty on the money today. Helping hand there from the net court. Fantastic return from Kalinina. Couldn't have hit it much better if she tried, and just toppled over.
T15. Game, Christie.
Great dig there from Christie. Found a way to get a racket on it.
4 games.
Kalinina will want that passing shot back. Uncharacteristic miss from her. It has really been the story of her day. Far too many easy misses. And Christie now just 2 games away from knocking out the number 1 seed.
Love 15.
Very tentative forehand there from Kalinina. Feeling the pressure. Really can't find her A game out here. Needs to find something and find it quick.
That's 15-0. Let's first up. $15-30.
Great hitting there from Christie. Just constantly putting Kalinina under pressure. And at the moment she can't deal with it. First serve when she needed it. Really big point here coming up. Potential game point or break point. That was more like it from Kalinina.
40-30.
Showing her class on that point. Knew she couldn't afford to hold back. Great depth on that last backhand, forcing the error from Christie. Game point here to sneak her nose in front again. No letting up from Christie though. Huge forehand down the line. Setting up the short ball. Barely missed any of those in this match. Back to deuce. Found the passing shot. Christie did well. Put her under pressure. Just got the angle. Nothing Christie could do about it. And back to deuce we go. Such a big game. Both players know it. She had it. I'm sure she wants that backhand back. Did so well with the slice lob. Got it over Kalinina's head.
Game, Kalinina.
What a point from both players. Kalinina showing her class there.
5 games to 4.
And why she's top 50 in the world. Coming out with some big tennis when she needed to.
Game, Kalinina.
What a point from both players.
Big hold there for the number 1 seed. Still doesn't look very happy. Shake of the head towards the coach. Maybe that'll just give her a little bit of momentum. Coach not giving much away there. It's going to be important how Freya Christie's able to regroup, sense her chances in that last game. Can she be as convincing as she has been all through this second set on her serve? First 2 points are going to be really important here. Doesn't want to give Kalinina any looks at any second serves.
That's 15 love.
Well dealt with by Kalinina on that smash. Wasn't easy moving backwards. Is she starting to make her move? Yes, she is. 2 quality points strung together. And all of a sudden the top seed only 2 points away from taking the second set.
Out. Out. 15-40.
And an inopportune double. I think the call off the first serve really playing on the Christie mind. And out of nowhere, after holding serve comfortably all through the second set, she's facing 2 set points for the number 1 seed.
Game in second set, Kalinina.
And to a third set we go.
1 set up.
A little bit of a gift there from Christie. But Kalinina digs in. Somehow finds a way. Still not happy. But we're in a third set here. Speaking of third set, the Sonne Cartel Anna Konju match, which started at 10 o'clock, almost 2.5 hours long, is still going. Cartel serving at 4-all in that deciding set. Could go either way, that match. On the other court, the lady who was victorious in the evening session last night, Maya Lumsden, facing a really tricky encounter. It's former French Open finalist Marketa Vondrousova, and at the moment proving a little bit too tough. And the Czech has won the opening set 6-3 and is 1-love in the second set. But can Freya Christie get over that disappointment of losing the second set? Comes down to a final set decider. Kalinina will kick things off. Didn't do enough with the volley. Played the point to perfection. Got exactly what she wanted. Need to be more aggressive. Kalinina got a little bit lucky with the net cord.
Didn't do.
Out.
Really well dealt with by Kalinina.
30
Ball was really low from Christie. Moving Kalinina up inside the service box. Managed to get it up and down just inside the baseline. I really do feel as if the momentum is starting to swing in this match.
Love. Game, Kalinina.
And exactly what Kalinina would have wanted.
First game, final set.
A rapid start to this final set. A little bit more confidence to the walk. Onus really on Christie here. Can she regroup? Settle herself here. Played a lot of really good tennis so far in this match. She can keep the serve and the forehand going. They've been key weapons so far. Really important that she gets this service game on the board though.
Love. Out. Long.
Kalinina starting to dictate a few more of these more points here. Just starting to get on that baseline a little bit more. Dangerous times here for Christie. That was a little bit of a chance for Kalinina.
30-15.
Had the line free. Got to give credit to Christie, no holding back. Looking to get forward, put the pressure on Kalinina and forcing the error.
The
pressure and the frustration starting to build. Maybe just starting to feel it a little bit more.
Let's first up. Let's first up.
Much needed serve and the forehand there from Christie. Can't afford to let there be daylight between her and Kalinina. Big first serve and a big forehand when she needed it most. Sets up a game point here.
Game, Christie.
Unbelievable defence there from Christie. 2 or 3 times she thought she was out of the rally. Just had a little look over to Ali Collins there. Gave her a wry smile. A really big point. Finished so well with that forehand down the line. Back on level terms here.
That's 15 love. 30 love. Roll that one back. 40 love.
Kalinina just starting to race through a few more of these service games. Exactly what she would want. Sort of half attempt at coming into the net from Kalinina there. Didn't get inside the service line. Left the whole line for Christie to make the passing shot, which she did.
(40-30). Odds.
From 40 love back to deuce. Freya Christie digging in. Sensing potentially an opportunity in this game.
Advantage, Christie.
And an opportunity it is. What an off backhand return that was. All of a sudden from 40 love. Break point here for the Brit.
That's game, Christie.
And she takes it. And the crowd like that. Getting behind the home player. And all of a sudden you thought the momentum was with Kalinina. Completely switched it around. Freya Christie gets the opening break of this deciding set. And the match out on court 3 between Sonne Cartel and Anna Konju reaching its climax. Konju, unfortunately for British fans, is now 6-5 up, serving for the match, 30 love up. Just 2 points away from victory there. But Maya Lumsden fighting in the second set. 2 games all, was 2-1 up, just got broken. But plenty more Brits on the schedule for today. Katie Boulter will be up next against Janina Wickmayer, followed by Jodie Burrage against Eva Lees. And then Lily Miyazaki will be taking on number 2 seed Tatiana Maria for the all-British pairing of Lauren John-Baptiste and Elise Maloney will be taking on Nagini Abduraimova and Paula Kanya-Choden in our final match here on centre court.
Love 15. Out. Love 30. Love 40. Let's first up. Game, Kalinina. 2 games all.
And unfortunately, that was a quick break of serve for Kalinina. Back on track. Such a topsy-turvy opening 4 games in this final set. Who's going to be able to take a stranglehold on this match? String a few games together.
Love.
Relentless hitting from both players. Both throwing everything they had at that point. Eventually Kalinina coming out on top. Not much more that Christie could have done.
40 love. Game, Kalinina.
And an easy service hold there for Kalinina. Just a few too many errors from Christie there. Handing the momentum back to the number 1 seed. Pressure back on the Brit. A few more spectators streaming in to catch the end of this match. Having just finished watching the Konju Cartel match. Heartbreak there for Cartel, just losing out. But out on court 3, the match just about to start between Elise Maloney of Great Britain taking on Masaki Doi, our number 7 seed from Japan. That will be who either of these players face in the quarterfinals, whoever comes through. That is the top section of the draw, top quarter. Well, still plenty of tennis left to play here at the Shrewsbury Club on the centre court before it's decided.
Let's first up. Love 15.
Just dropped off maybe a couple of percent from Christie, and that's all it takes to turn this match around. Has to be at her top level if she wants to take out Kalinina.
Out. Love 30.
Just a few too many of those errors coming off the Christie racket. We weren't seeing that for a set and a half. Could this be the difference in this deciding set?
Out. 15-30.
What a time to hit that forehand. Smack on the line.
30 all.
Millimetres were the difference between 30 all and 2 break points for Kalinina. Came up with the goods when she needed to.
.30-40.
Gutsy play there from Freya Christie. Serve coming to the rescue and dealt with that low forehand slice really well, forcing Kalinina to come up with a passing shot that she couldn't do. Saves the break point and gets it to deuce.
Advantage Christie. Let's for serve. Out. Game Christie.
Great fighting there from Christie. Found a way to dig in. Saved off break points. Gets her back onto level terms. You can see just having a little chat with herself. Knows that if she can just string a few points in a couple of games together, she might be able to get over the finish line. Just sharing a quick exchange with her doubles partner Andy Collins on the sidelines there. Who's cheering her on, hoping to get her through this match and get her into the quarterfinals.
That's. That was it. Love 15.
She went for it. Didn't miss it by much. Just giving herself a little bit of a talking to. Maybe Maybe wasn't the high percentage play, but has hit so many winners off that forehand wing, you can't blame her for going for it.
.30-15. Please. .40-15.
Can't afford to be making errors like that at this stage of the match.
That's game. Kalinina. Kalinina leads 4-3.
And the number 1 seed gets her nose out in front. Keeps the scoreboard pressure on. Much better body language in this set from Kalinina. Much more positive. Not getting down on herself as much. Knows that she can't afford to when it comes down to such fine margins. It's been such a topsy-turvy set. Still so hard to predict which way this is going to go.
Time. Love 15.
Aggressive play there from Kalinina. Went after the second serve return. Just see that look of focus in her eyes. Sensing the opportunity here.
Love 30.
Starting to make her move. Being more aggressive, getting better depth. Starting to force the errors off the Christie racket. Door is really ajar here.
Wait, please. .15-30.
Just too much pressure from Kalinina. Moving Chrissy side to side, forward and back. And all of a sudden, a couple of breakpoint opportunities here for Kalinina. Can she get these and serve for the match? And a place in the quarterfinals.
Let's first up. .30-40.
That's the way to save a break point. Haven't seen quite as many of those in this third set. Could do with another one here. Still facing one more break point.
Out. Yes.
And she saves the break point. Gets it back to Juice. Christy is fighting. Hanging in here.
Let's first up. Out. Advantage Christie. Out.
Great depth there from Kalinina off that backhand. Doesn't want to let this game go.
Advantage Christie.
Another ace. They'll just keep coming in this match. And they've come at such crucial times as well.
Game, Christie.
Been the story of the match so far. Christie's serve getting her out of trouble on numerous occasions, and it does again there. Gets her back level, saving a couple of break points. 4-all in this deciding set. This could still go either way.
That's love 15.
Christie being a little critical of herself there, saying that was a bad shot. I'm sure she'd want that slice backhand again. Made lots of those throughout this match. Fantastic aggressive return there from Christie. Sensing her opportunity here, throwing everything behind that return.
That's
And another mistake off that backhand slice. Can't afford those errors at this stage of the match.
Leave it now, thanks, leave it. Game, Kalinina.
Kalinina finds a way to get through that match. And Christie will feel that that's a missed opportunity. And the number one seed edges out in front, is just one game away from sealing her spot in the quarterfinals.
That way? They went that way? The triangle maybe? Inside the triangle. No. Time.
Big game here for Freya Christie. Worked so hard in this match. Can she prolong the second round encounter? Important first couple of points. Doesn't want to put her under pressure. Can she find some first serves here?
Love.
That's the first serve again. Sets up the point. Allows her to be dominant in the rallies.
Out.
Unbelievable hitting from Christie. Not holding back. You couldn't tell she was one game away from defeat here. Really going after it. Really brave tennis on show here.
Out. Love. T15. Yeah, just again, Christie.
Confident hold there from Christie. Plenty of first serves in that game doing the damage.
5 games
And we're back on level terms here. Which way is this one going to go? Love 15. Out.
15 all.
Finding a few more of those backhands. Hasn't been that way throughout this whole match. What a mix-up. I've only seen a couple of those, but disguised it so well. Great depth on the serve. You could see that Christie was shifting her position behind the baseline. Great disguise on that shot.
Game, Kalinina.
Pressure back on Christie.
Kalinina leads 6 games to 5.
Comfortable hold again for Kalinina. Again, just one game away from taking this match. Can Christie hold serve and take us into a tiebreak? Would be fitting. Christie did so well in that previous game. Found a lot of first serves. I'm going to need to do that again here. Important that she takes the game to Kalinina.
Time. There.
Aggressive play there from Christie. Kalinina just couldn't quite find the passing shot.
Love.
Big serving at big moments. She's done that throughout the match. Can she keep it up here?
Love.
2 in a row. And the home crowd are loving this. The tiebreak is just 1 point away.
Game, Christie.
And 3 in a row. And it's only fitting this match be decided by a tiebreak. Nothing to separate these two players. Who's going to come out on top? Is Christie going to be able to use the home support to get her over the finish line? Or is Kalinina going to show her class?
1-0, Kalinina. Roll it down, please. Out. One all.
Great serving again from Christie. I think for her, the outcome of this tiebreak is going to be based on how many first serves she's able to make. 2 out of 2 so far.
Two all. Three-two, Christie.
The first chink in the Kalinina armour in this deciding set tiebreak. With how dominant Christie's been on serve, could this be the opening that she needs?
Real. Pulls this side.
Just been a couple of those errors off the backhand slice in the last few games. And we're going to this changeover. Still nothing to separate these two. Still couldn't pick which way this was going to go.
All in that corner. 4-3, Kalinina. Out. 5-3. Kalinina.
And Kalinina consolidates the mini break. Just the 2 points away from taking the victory.
Out. 5-4.
That was 3 match points on the racket of Kalinina. Here's that drive volley long, and all of a sudden, Christie's back in it.
Out.
Just pushed it long.
Kalinina.
Didn't miss by much, but all of a sudden the top seed, having not played her best tennis throughout this match, finds herself at 2 match points here.
That's game, set and match. Kalinina.
And again, that forehand just goes long,
3-6.
and Kalinina somehow finds a way to get through this match. Takes her place in the quarterfinals. And you can feel the disappointment from Christie. She knows that was a chance. Played such good tennis. Kalinina getting off this court as quick as possible. Happy to come through, but disappointed with her performance. And you can see the disappointment in Freya Christie's face. So many positives to take out of that match. Just couldn't quite get over the finish line. And so Kalinina takes a place in the quarterfinals after an epic battle against Freya Christie. Elise Maloney and Miyazaki Doi are her potential opponents. They're on court now. Just that one spot left to fill of that quarter of the draw. But next up on centre court here we have Katie Boulter of Great Britain taking on Janina Wickmayer of Belgium. We will be back in just a couple of moments, and I will be taking you through that. Join us again.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for our second match here on centre court at the Shrewsbury Club, from Belgium, please welcome Janina Wickmayer. And also a big warm welcome from Great Britain, Katie Boulter.
Three minutes.
Welcome back to the second match here on centre court. Katie Boulter, the lady in your picture, 26 years old, current ranking of 130, but has been as high as 82 back in February of 2019. Should be an interesting matchup here against Janina Wickmayer. Solid performance yesterday from Boulter. Took out Nafisa Berberovic 6-4, 6-4. Enjoyed the home support. Mum and Grandad were out here to watch. Always loves it when she can have a family. Not always that often that they're able to watch. Hoping to have a deep run here in Shrewsbury. Got the Billie Jean King Cup to look forward to next week. Part of the team that was just announced yesterday, along with Heather Watson, Harriet Dart, Lissy Barnett and Olivia Nichols. Strong team heading off to Glasgow. Hopefully a few of you will be up there supporting the team.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the best of 3 tie-break sets. Katie Boulter won the toss and chose to receive. One minute.
And Janina Wickmayer, the 33-year-old from Belgium. Current ranking down at 354, came through qualifying here. It has been as high as number 12 in the world back in April of 2010. Has 5 WTA singles titles to her name and 3 WTA doubles titles. Won the last one just a couple of months ago, back in September, partnering with Kristina Mladenovic out in Korea. They took home the title. Has had some success here in Shrewsbury. Played the W60 event back here in 2019. Beating Britt-Maja Lumsden in the quarterfinals before losing out to Vitalia Diachenko in the semi-finals. Just finishing up here. Last few serves and returns before we kick things off in this second round clash. Yeah, and just to confirm, Janina Wickmayer from Belgium will be taking on Katie Boulter from Great Britain in the second match of the day here on centre court.
First set, Janina Wickmayer.
It will be the Belgian Janina Wickmayer to kick things off here in the second round clash.
Fifteen at love. Let Fasaf. 15 all. Thirty 15. Foot. Out 40 15. Foot 40 13.
Went for the big second serve there.
Foot. Game, Wickmayer.
And that backhand error
First
seals the first game for Wickmayer. Spectators just coming back into the stadium. It was a long first round match here on centre court. Freya Christie unfortunately just being edged out by Kalinina in that final set tie break.
Katie Boulter to serve. Fifteen love.
Big serving from Boulter. That was a standout from her performance yesterday.
Thirty love.
Make that 2 aces in a row.
Out 40 love.
Very confident point. Really dominating with the forehand. Going to be seeing a lot of that from Boulter out here today.
Fault. 40-15. Game, Boulter.
Both players open with two comfortable holds here. Very similar game styles for both players. Really big hitters, athletic, tall players out there. It's going to be a lot of first strike tennis.
Fifteen left. Out. 30 left.
Just hasn't quite found her range on the returns in these opening two service games here from Boulter. Just a couple of errors.
Out. 40 left. Game, Wickmayer.
Another comfortable hold there for the Belgian.
2 games to 1.
Goes out to a comfortable 2-1 lead in this opening set. A lot of experience Wickmayer has. As I mentioned, been at a career high of 12 back in April of 2010. So 12 years ago. A lot of experience on the tour, playing the big matches. Did make the semi-finals of a Grand Slam at the US Open back in 2009. It's also reached the round of 16 in Australia and at Wimbledon, and the round of 32 at the French Open. So this is a tough matchup for Katie Boulter, despite being ahead on the rankings currently.
Love 15. Fifteen all. Leave it. Lead second serve. Pick it up, please.
Aggressive hitting there from Wickmayer, pushing Boulter back, forcing the error. A real intensity from the Belgian in these opening 3 games. Service getting her out of trouble here though.
Lead for serve.
Big hitting there from Boulter. Moving Wickmayer side to side. Big winner off the backhand, off the back foot as well. Stayed down so well over it. Oh, fist pump towards the team.
Game, Boulter.
Another big serve, forcing the error. And back at 2 games all. Just a quick change of racket. Not sure.
2 games all.
Maybe she's been using a different racket for the serve and return games. Maybe just feeling the tension was a little bit loose or tight. Not too sure.
Love.
Hasn't quite found her range on that backhand return. Just a few errors.
Love. Love.
Not really making Wickmayer work here. Boulter in their service game. Racing through it.
Out. 40-15. Game, Wickmayer.
Great finish to the game there by Wickmayer.
Wickmayer leads 3 games to 2.
Another comfortable hold, and the Belgian gets out to a 3-2 lead. Played mainly on the ICF Tour this year, building up her ranking again. The Belgian had a break and gave birth to her daughter Luana back in April of 2021. So came back to the tour this year. It's been steady progress up the rankings. Made the final of a W25 event in Israel in May. And as I mentioned, won the doubles out in Seoul with Kristina Mladenovic in September. Qualified for Wimbledon as well this year after having been absent from the Grand Slams for 2 years. But Boulter now serving 3-2 down at this opening set. Great front foot tennis there from Boulter.
15 love.
As soon as she gets the first strike in the rally, relentless hitting.
Vote. Pick it up, please, ball girl. Thank you.
What a backhand from Wickmayer.
15 on.
Again, body weight going backwards, but to find the pace and the control on that, so impressive.
Thirty, 15. Out.
Just missing wide of that backhand slice.
30 on.
A little bit of an opportunity here for Wickmayer. First game for either player that's got to 30 all.
Out. 40, 30.
Another great point from Katie Boulter there. Had a big moment as well. Just able to change direction with ease throughout that rally.
Vote. Deuce.
Just the depth there from Wickmayer, forcing the error from Boulter. That 1-2 punch, the serve out wide, opening up the space, and no mistake with that forehand.
Game of Boulter.
And Boulter comes through
Three
a tricky service game. Toughest one of the match so far. I guess back onto level terms. A little puff of the cheeks. Just looking over at her camp. Seeing whether she needs to move up the court or back a little bit more.
Left. Out. 38 love.
Just a level of intensity that Wickmayer brings to the court every point. Just relentless. Such a great athlete, the Belgian, but even she couldn't get that back. Boulter just staying inside the court. Relentless hitting, forehand after forehand, forcing the error from Wickmayer. That's the return that she's been looking for. Came up with a few of those yesterday at big moments. Comes up with another one.
Forty, 30.
Fantastic move up the court there by Katie Boulter. Great defence. Turned it into attack with that backhand. moved up the court so well. Saw that Wickmayer was covering the inside in. Disguised it so well.
Fantastic
Yes, it's
move
a
up
juice.
the court there.
A little bit of an opportunity here for the Brit.
Advantage, Wickmayer. Deuce.
Back to deuce here. Really dominant hitting from Boulter. Really starting to find her range out here. As is Wickmayer.
Advantage, Wickmayer.
Anything Boulter does with her forehand, Wickmeyer's doing it as well.
Game of Wickmayer. New
What a
ball,
way to
please.
finish the game. Steps
Ball
in,
change.
takes that drive
Rally
volley on for a
4
winner.
against 3.
And the holds keep coming. The Belgian leads 4-3 in this opening set. Not been the best day for the Brits so far. Unfortunately, Anna Conju managed to get past Sonne Cartel in a 3-set battle out on court 3 earlier today. And the lady who took the evening session last night, Maya Lumsden, had a tricky one against former French Open finalist Marketa Vondrousova. Vondrousova coming through fairly comfortably against Lumsden. And we saw in the first match here on centre court, Freya Christie again had a heartbreaker against Annalena Kalinina. Almost taking out the number 1 seed, but unfortunately the number 1 seed managed to pull through. However, out on
Time.
court 3 currently, number 7 seed Masaki Doi is in action against Elise Maloney. And Maloney has just taken that to a decider, won the second set 6-love. Can she pull through to get our first British success of the day? But Boulter's here, 4-3 down on serve, but serving with new balls.
Fifteen love. Out. Out. 15-all. Out.
Bit of a chance there for Wickmayer.
15.
Had a look at a second serve. We'll want that return back.
Forty, 15.
Both players just hitting with great depth. Inches from the baseline. Putting the pressure on here, Wickmayer.
Out, deuce. Out.
Did well to deal with that disappointment. Didn't agree with the call, but bounced back well.
Game, Boulter.
And she gets through that tough service game, Boulter. And she levels things up in this opening set.
4 games all.
And again, just looking over at her team for a little bit of encouragement. Head of women's tennis, Ian Bates. And coach of the LTA, Biljana Veselinovic. As well as mum and granddad over in her camp.
Out, 15 love.
Just deep there. Looked like Boulter altered her court position off the first serve there. Just stood a little bit further back. Gave herself a little bit more time to deal with the Wickmayer delivery.
Out. Thirty love. 40 love.
Big forehand again from Boulter.
40-15.
It's been something she's done really well so far this match. As soon as she gets on that forehand, doesn't give it up. Wickmayer's in trouble, and she was again there.
Out game, Wickmayer.
Good serve from Wickmayer, forcing the error. And another relatively comfortable hold for the Belgian. Now she's just one game away from taking this opening set. Been a little bit of a stop-start couple of years for Boulter. Some injuries. Struggled after the Fed Cup tie back in 2019, where she won the crucial match. Got a stress fracture in her back there, put her out for a while.
Time.
Then at the start of this year, also had a foot problem as well. Came back for the grass season, had a really successful run at Wimbledon. I'm sure all of you will remember. But work to do here. Serving to stay in this opening set. What a volley from Boulter. Even gets a round of applause from Wickmayer.
15 left.
Again, just coming in after that forehand. Wasn't a bad approach at all. Good passing shot.
What a volley from
Boulter like that a lot.
Left. $30-15.
Just struggled a little bit off that backhand wing so far today. If the errors have come off the Boulter racket, it's tended for B from that side. And again,
30 all.
Interesting that she chose to run around and hit a backhand off the forehand side. Just those errors starting to build. Pressure on the Boulter serve here. Belgium 2 points away from this opening set. How clinical has she been on those drive volleys? Are big points.
14, 13.
No hesitation to come forward. More big hitting from Wickmayer. Just impressive how much pace she's able to generate from so far behind the baseline. Keeps her so flat and low over the net. Really skidding through these courts.
Advantage, Boulter.
Close call there, Wickmayer just looking at the line. Clip the outside edge. Another game point here for Boulter.
Game Boulter.
And another ace. Gets her through a tricky service game.
5 games on.
And the Brit levels up at 5-game ball in this opening set. Wickmayer just taking her time here. How many times have we seen that today?
Love 15.
That forehand down the line, moving forward, taking that drive volley out of the edge is so clinical. Just look at the footwork to get into the right place.
How many times?
all.
Just wasn't able to get behind the ball. Took it a fraction late. Just pushed it wide into the trams.
Out. 30-15.
Just couldn't quite find the line. Great change up from Boulter.
30 all.
2 big backhands and then using that drop shot to bring Wickmayer in, forcing the error.
Out.
And couldn't quite get that lob to drop inside the baseline.
30-14.
And all of a sudden, Boulter here has got a break point.
Deuce.
First serve comes to the rescue from Wickmayer. Back to deuce.
Out.
Just pressing a little bit too much. Forcing that forehand a little bit. Getting the error, and another break point in this game for Katie Boulter.
Out. Game, Boulter.
And there it is. Finally, Boulter makes the breakthrough. Another aggressive deep
Boulter
return down the middle, forcing the error from Wickmayer. And after this change of ends, Boulter will be taking the chance to see if she can serve it out for this opening set. Plenty of home support here for the Brits. Katie Boulter took part in a Q&A last night. Told a really cute story about how she started tennis. She got given a racket with multicoloured strings. So she still has that racket at home on the wall, just to remind her of where she came from. Started at 5 years old. And what a journey it's been, and plenty more still to come. But now her focus is on closing out this opening set.
Lead for serve.
First try volley she's missed. Wickmayer did well to just hang in the point. What a point from Boulter, and what an important time to play it.
15 all.
Just look at the court coverage. Look at the footwork around the ball and able to get into the right space. Keeps her eyes over it and rips it for a winner down the line. Welcome error off the second serve return from Wickmayer. Oh, the Brit's just 2 points away. Hasn't managed to find a first serve in this game though. Could do with one. And another missed return there from Wickmayer.
14-15.
Jamming body serve from Boulter. Sliding into Wickmayer. Forcing the error. Two set points rather here for the Brit. Not going to make this easy for Katie Boulter. I'm not sure Wickmayer knows how to hold back, and she really didn't there. She had it on a racket. Decided she wanted to go for the drop shot when Wickmayer was already moving forwards. And the Belgium staves off 2 set points and back to deuce.
Out. Advantage, Wickmayer.
I mentioned there's no holding back from Wickmayer. And she didn't hold back at all there. The forehand just causing so many problems, putting Boulter on the back foot. And all of a sudden from 40-15, Wickmayer has a break back opportunity.
Deuce.
And we carry on. Brave hitting from Boulter. Just finding the corner with that forehand. Wants to wrap the set up here if she can.
Advantage, Boulter.
Just slowed it down a little bit on that first serve. Took off the pace, tried to find the width. Third set point here for the Brit.
But deuce.
And we keep going. Neither player holding back. Back to deuce. Who's going to blink first?
Out. Advantage, Boulter.
Can she find a big first serve hit? Fourth set point of the game.
Not up. Game first set. Boulter.
What a way
Games to five.
to finish that first set from Katie Boulter. Incredible hands. And after some toing and froing, she manages to get it done. Takes that first set 7-5. Cheered on by the home support. A little puff of the cheeks there from Boulter. Played some big tennis when it mattered the most. Incredible hand skills there on that set point. Haven't seen that too often in this opening set. How is Wickmayer going to be able to deal with that disappointment of losing that opening set after such a grueling battle? A lot of good tennis from her side of the court, though. Just came down to a couple of points here and there. A lot of long battles out here on all the courts. Currently
Time.
one going on between Miyazaki Doi, our 7th seed, and Elise Maloney. Doi is 4-3 up in that deciding set. Seems to be the theme of the day, three
Second
setters.
set, Wickmayer to serve.
Is this one going to go to 3 sets, or is Katie Boulter going to get the job done in straight sets here? We'll find out. The Belgian Wickmayer is going to kick things off in this second set.
Love 15. Out 15 all. Thirty 15. Forty 15. 40-30. Deuce.
Back to deuce here. Boulter would love to keep the momentum going after winning that first set. Get an early break on the board. And she gets a break point with another aggressive return.
Deuce. Let's second serve. Advantage, Wickmayer. Deuce.
And the game carries on. Well, the longer it goes on, the more important you think it is for Wickmayer. Doesn't want to let Boulter pull away in the second set.
Advantage, Boulter.
Sensing the opportunity here, Boulter brings up another break point.
Game, Boulter.
She makes the breakthrough. So forehand again, that's been the dominant shot. And it comes up trumps again, and she does get the break in this opening game of the second set. Striding back to the chair full of confidence.
Out. 15 love. Out. 15 all.
That depth of the return pushing Boulter back. Just struggled in the last few return games to find that. Opened up the court so well with the serve.
30, 15.
Found the open space with the backhand.
Forty, 15. Game, Boulter.
Boulter can do no wrong with the forehand. Threads
Boulter
the needle
leads
with the
2 games
passing
to
shot.
love.
Consolidates the break. 4 games in a row. Just telling herself right now, this is the moment. Would love to get the double break.
Out.
Incredible backhand slice.
Love 15.
Dipping it at the feet of Wickmayer. In defence here, how she managed to keep it so low, forcing Wickmayer to hit it up, leaving the open space. Boulter wasn't going to miss that. And she's firing on all cylinders. Really
Love
stepping
30.
up a gear here.
Love 40.
And the Boulter train keeps on going. 3 breakpoint opportunities here. Let's get out the double break in the second set.
Game Boulter.
And she gets it. She finds the line. Everything Boulter touches turns to
Boulter
gold.
leads 3 games to love.
And she gets a double break. 3 love in the second set. What can Wickmayer do to stop her? The answer is not much at the moment.
Time. Fifteen love. Good. Pick it up, please. Fifteen all. Outs. 15-30.
Can the Belgian find a way to break back here? Might be the end if Boulter manages to hold into this service game. 4 love is a long way back.
All. $30-40.
Fighting with everything she's got here. The Belgian brings up a break point to get one of the breaks back.
Game Wickmayer.
And she does get the first break back. Forces the error off the serve.
Boulter leads 3-1.
And she manages to stay in this contest, closing the gap to just 2 games. Stopping that run of 5 games for the Brit.
Out 15 love.
Whoever manages to come through this contest will take on Anna Konju. She managed to came through against Sonic Cartel. Was 2 points away from defeat, but found a way.
all. Outs 40-30.
A little bit of a helping hand from the net cord there, kept it low. Boulter couldn't quite just control that racket.
Out game, Wickmayer.
And the error off the
Boulter
backhand wing from
leads
Boulter.
3-2.
Just a look over at her camp. All of a sudden, a completely different complexion on this second set. From 3-love back to 3-2. One thing that Wickmayer has shown over her long career, she's not going to roll away, not going to back down. You're going to have to go out and earn that victory. Boulter deep in thought there. Let's not forget, still a break up in the second set. Still in a strong position.
Time.
Got to remind herself what she's been doing well. Go back to basics. The serve and the forehand have been such big weapons. First serve just dropped off in that last service game. Needs to try and find a few more. That's more like it from Katie Boulter.
15.
Much more aggressive hitting. Using that forehand. Went away from that the last couple of games.
Fifteen all.
Great movement there
15,
from
30.
Wickmayer. Getting up to that drop shot. It wasn't a bad drop shot from Boulter. Turned on the afterburners and still had the presence of mind to be able to deal with it and the skills. And again, you really feel as if the momentum is shifting in this match in favour of the Belgian.
Good. Fifteen and 40.
And 2 break points here. And this double break that Boulter had could be gone in the flash of an eye.
Game, Wickmayer.
And it is gone. Wickmayer finds the baseline with that return.
3 games all.
And it just shows you how quickly in tennis things can turn around. Didn't look a way back for Wickmayer 10 minutes ago, but all of a sudden back on serve.
Out. 15 love. Thirty love.
Important here for Boulter. Doesn't let the shoulders drop. Body language just looks a little bit flat.
40 love. Game, Wickmayer.
And a quick hold.
Wickmayer leads
And all
4
of a
games to
sudden, the
3.
Belgian now is the one who leads in this second set, 4 games to 3. Katie Boulter really needs to try and find a way to regroup. There's a spring in the Belgian step.
Time.
Boulter just taking on some electrolyte gels, trying to keep the energy up. Renewed confidence here from Wickmayer. Important that Boulter just takes her time and really focuses on the first serve. That was what got her out to that double break lead.
Love 15.
Just not finding that range with a forehand at the moment. Just a little look over to her camp, the frustration building, a shake of the head.
Love 13.
And it seems that Wickmayer is dominating the majority of the rallies out here now. Well dealt with by Boulter. That wasn't easy.
15 and 13.
Just helps her so much when she's able to get that first delivery in. First serve percentage really has dropped off the last couple of service games.
Out.
Boulter showing
30
good
all.
resilience here. Fighting to take this game.
Foot. Pick it up, please. Out. Forty, 30. Deuce. Lead for serve. Bolt.
Big roar there from Boulter. Trying to get
Advantage,
something going
Boulter.
here. Get the adrenaline going.
Deuce.
And the game continues back to deuce.
Out. Advantage, Boulter.
Another game point here for Boulter. Well, she wouldn't give for a first serve.
Game, Boulter.
And she gets it. Coming through a tough game. Breaking the
4 games
Wickmayer
all.
momentum. Back on level terms here.
$15 love.
Just clipping the top of the tape. Right idea there from Boulter.
$30 love. Roll it down, please. Roll it. Fault.
There's that depth on the return.
13,
Again, it's
15.
forcing the error from Wickmayer. Such a smart play, going deep down the middle, giving yourself big targets.
Out.
Threads the needle down the line.
40, 15. Forty, 13.
Boulter putting the pressure on, forcing
Deuce.
Wickmayer to come up with the passing shot, and she couldn't. Back to deuce.
Advantage, Wickmayer.
Just missing that. Really threw everything she had at that return. Bit of a sigh of relief from Wickmayer that had clipped the top of the tape. Another game point here for the Belgian. Big hitting from Boulter.
Deuce.
Just struggling a little bit here with some shoulder tape that's come off. Just asking the umpire here for a little bit of help. Unusual request, but Fiona Edwards in the chair helping Katie Boulter out. And could this be another shift in
Advantage,
momentum
Boulter.
in the second set? Boulter now brings up a break point.
Out.
How well did she deal with that?
Deuce.
Boulter can't do anything but give her Round of applause as well. Crowd appreciated that one. What a way to save a break point.
Advantage, Wickmayer.
Finds the outside edge of the line. Important ace when she needed it.
Game, Wickmayer.
And gets the
Wickmayer
body
leads
serve.
5-4.
Jamming Boulter up there. Couldn't get out of the way. Comes through. Another tough service game. And the Belgians just one game away from taking this into a third set. What a battle it's been so far. So many ebbs and flows in this second set. Seems like it's been the story of the day so far. A lot of three-set battles. We had that in the previous match here on centre court. Freya Christie just losing out to Anna Kalinina. Sonne Cartel also just losing out to Anna Konju. Finally, we do have some British success. Elise Maloney knocked out the number 7 seed Masaki Doi of Japan. 7-6 in the third. Came through that final set tiebreak 7-3. So we do have a Brit in the quarterfinals here. She'll be taking on the top seed Annalena Kaladina tomorrow. Can Katie Boulter find a way to join her? The winner of this match will take on Anna Konju. But this match has still got plenty to run. Can Katie Boulter force a second set tiebreak here?
Fault. Love 15.
Not the way she would have wanted to start. Wickmayer prowling on the baseline, sensing her opportunity.
$15 all. $15.30. $30 all.
Big point here. Needs a first serve ideally. And she gets exactly what she needed. That serve out wide and that forehand down the line has been a potent combination so far.
Game Boulter.
And finishes it with an ace. Gets back on level terms here.
5 games all.
This set has been so unpredictable. Still can't tell which way it's going to go. Who's going to be able to string a couple of games together? Or are we going to finish it on a tie break?
Leave it, leave it, leave it. Ball girl, leave it, please. Leave it. Go back. Love 15. Out. 15 all.
Just popped off that return. Didn't keep over the ball.
$30-15. But
Was attacking that
14,
backhand side
15.
of the Belgian. But it was rock solid. Wasn't getting the error. And then the Boulter backhand was the one that coughed up the error instead. 2 game points here for Wickmayer.
let's for serve.
That return down the middle of the
30.
court off the first serve has been so effective. Such a smart play. Gives yourself a big target. Doesn't give your opponent any angles. And she's just missed it. Pulled the trigger, but just pulled it wide.
Deuce.
Time and time again, we've seen that today.
Advantage, Boulter.
That return has just got error after error from the Wickmayer racket. And another opportunity here for Boulter to get the break. Oh, and she just misses.
Deuce.
Fractionally wide. And we go back to deuce. That was the forehand she was looking for in the previous point. Rectifies the
Advantage,
error.
Boulter.
All came from this return of serve. Put her on the back foot. Held it so well, didn't know where she was going, the Belgian. And again, another break point for the Brit.
Out.
And
Okay,
eventually she
Boulter.
breaks through. A big roar and a big round of applause from the British crowd. We appreciate the Boulter efforts out here.
Boulter leads 6-5.
And for the first time, Katie Boulter will be serving for a place in the quarterfinals.
Time.
She's done it twice already this set. Broken the Brits' serve. Can she do it for a third time? It's now or never. Great defence there by Boulter. Wickmayer was
15.
pushing her corner to corner. Boulter defence steadfast, forcing the error from Wickmayer.
Out. 15 all.
Just looking at that baseline, maybe hoping for a call from the chair, but just clip the back edge. Wickmayer hanging on here by her fingernails.
$30-15.
Just 2 points away now for Boulter. We'll be hoping for a couple of more first serves. And she finds the passing shot. What a way to bring up 2 match points here for Boulter.
14-15.
Stayed
And
low. Nothing that Wickmayer could do about it. You can see the raw.
And she finds the
Game, set, a match.
And
Boulter.
she gets the job done.
Sets to love. 7-5.
What an impressive fight
7-5.
in that second set from Katie Boulter. Nice handshake at the net there between the players. Thanking the home support for getting her over that finish line. Couple of deep breaths there. Did so well. Dealing with that disappointment of being a double break-up. Had points to be 5-3 down in that second set. What a roller coaster it was. Well, we've seen that over the years from Katie Boulter. What a fighter she is. And we have another Brit into the quarterfinals here to join Elise Maloney. The British crowd here just giving her a nice send-off, appreciating her efforts out there. And we just look at the section of the draw. That quarter-final section. Boulter getting through, as we just saw, taking on Anna Conju, who took out Sonne Cartel. Coming next for you here on centre court, we've got Jodie Burrage against Eva Lees. Followed off that by the last second round match, Lily Miyazaki against Tatiana Maria. That will just be in a few moments, and you'll have Abigail Johnson taking you through that.
Way of doing it.
Do you want these? Do you know what?
Touched your lunch, mate.
No, I haven't, because it just kept going on and on and on. It's actually stone cold.
Yeah, it's gonna be freezing.
It is freezing, I can guarantee you. But do you know what? I'm just going to go sit in there and I'm going to eat my lunch. Really.
Anna, is this not yours?
That's not mine.
That's what's that?
I'm not sure who's just out, but you want to steal it. I know you do.
No, but I'm thinking of you driving back. You should take it.
Oh no, but I thought you were Luke's age. No.
You need a couple. You're going to be 5 hours in the car.
Yeah, but that's
Not to rub it in.
That's,
Sorry.
but you know what? I'm going to stay and eat this, and then I might watch just a little bit. Cause I'm going to sit in traffic.
Yeah. It's going to be rush hour or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll move this for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our next match here on centre court, from Germany, please welcome Eva Lies. And another warm welcome from Great Britain, Jodie Burrage.
Welcome back to centre court at the Shrewsbury Club for the continuation of second round action at the W100 Shrewsbury, the biggest indoor women's tennis event in the UK since 1995, and it's been a big day of action so far. Anna Smith put in the shift on commentary as Annalena Kalinina won in a final set tiebreak, and Katie Boulter just got it done 7-5, 7-5. You can see in this bracket of the draw, Boulter to face Anna Konyu in the quarterfinals. But who will progress here? Jodie Burrage, 23-year-old from Great Britain, up against Eva Lies, 20 years old from Germany. These two facing off for the first time, but both on an upwards trajectory, each of them at career high rankings. And there is Jodie Anna Burrage's on the screen now, world number 128, after a string of consistent results at this back end of the year. Semi-finalist at the W60 event in Glasgow a couple of weeks ago. Lost out only to eventual champion Lily Miyazaki, with whom she shares a coach, Craig Veal. The shift starts for him now because Lily Miyazaki is next onto court up against Tatiana Maria, the number 2 seed. And Burrage with a confidence-boosting first-round win yesterday on centre court over the number 5 seed, Elena Gabriela Rusa. 6-1, 6-3 the scoreline, so pretty comprehensive stuff from Burrage. All her victories during that run in Glasgow and her ensuing run to the quarterfinals of an 80k event in France last week, they all came in straight sets. So she knows how to play with a lead. But Eva Lees today is going to look to put her on the back foot. Here she is. The 20-year-old from Germany at a career high ranking of world number 126. And if Burrage's opening round was comprehensive, then Eva Lees's was absolutely imperious. 6-2, 6-1 over last week's W25 Loughborough singles champion Emily Appleton. Now, Appleton's comments after that defeat were, if she keeps playing like that, she'll win the tournament. So let's see what she's got today, whether she can keep that form rolling. And whether Burrage can get another win on the board for the British contingent. It's been mixed fortunes today. 7 of the 8 quarterfinal matches did feature British competitors. Just 2 of them moving through so far. Katie Boulter just now on centre court. And over on court 3, Elise Maloney with a fantastic result in the final set tiebreak, getting the better of world number 89 and number 7 seed Misaki Doi. And this is the third of another 5-match day on centre court. It is Miyazaki and Maria next onto court, and then doubles to close the day. Elise Maloney has to put the double shift in, herself and Lauren Jean-Baptiste teaming up to take on Paula Kania and Nagina Abdurrahimova.
Ladies and gentlemen, this second round match will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Jodie Burrage to the left of the chair won the toss and chose to receive.
She's been able to compete at home a lot this season, Burrage, thanks to the increased LTA performance competitions calendar. Seen across the grass court season, where she first reached a singles final at this level. Scott Noble in the chair for this match. But today, looking to see her way into the quarterfinals. 2 spots still to be filled in the last 8 of this singles draw. And Jodie Burrage and Eva Lees facing off for the first time here. And Anna Smith's job is done for the week. It's Abigail Johnson with you to guide you through this one.
First sets, Evelise to serve. Play. Love 15. Fifteen all. Out. 15-30.
Putting a foot on the gas early, Burrage. Big, aggressive game. Getting that depth of shot early. And that length of shot is necessary because Elise herself will look to get on top of the ball early. Use the width of the court. Great anticipation there from Burrage.
30-40.
Was moving to cover the first forehand before Lise had even struck it. Pressure was on. And the scoreboard quickly reflects it. Break point for the Brit.
Burrage.
Well, she was sailing dangerously close to the win there, Lise, and Jodie Burrage just checking a couple of those ground strokes. She wasn't convinced that they'd caught the baseline, but crucially, she maintained her focus and gets the opening break of serve. So a lot of positive signs for Burrage in that first game. Something as simple as dropping focus, getting frustrated over a line call that you didn't feel was correct. That is what has the potential to swing a clash or put you down an early deficit. And Jodie Burrage has had the weapons for a long time.
Jodie Burrage to serve.
It's about keeping herself in a position to unleash them, managing herself well throughout a match. And great response from Lise. She's on a 6-match win streak, the German. Won a title at W60 level in Slovakia midway through October.
That's love 30. Wait, please. First serve. 15-30.
Draws applause from the opponent, just catching the outside edge of that service box. Yeah, that first delivery, one of the foundational elements of the Burrage game.
All.
Great signs, the way she's risen in the face of adversity in this game.
40-30.
That willingness to take the points on immediately. Looking more comfortable in the forecourt this season.
Game Burrage.
And serves like that are only going to help her confidence.
Burrage leads 2 games to love.
4 points on the trot to get that consolidation. Blistering
15.
accuracy. Now the real test for Lise is how she responds when she's not able to dictate in this match, because Burrage can rock her back.
That's
That kind of point
15-all.
where she doesn't win it on the first big strike. This is a great forehand, but Burrage floating that ball back, forcing her to readjust, take all the steps. That's when she's really going to be put under the microscope. Can she generate on her own terms?
30-15. That's 30-all.
Tricky placement from Burrage on the scramble. And again, Lisa's looking at winning that point 2, 3, 4 times over. Doesn't quite have the consistency right now.
That's 40-30.
And Burrage's argument and frustration here is that even her opponent continued with the point. Didn't see that ball out. But the call is the call.
Game Lise.
And the game is the Germans
Burrage leads 2 games
over
to 1.
Lise on the board in this opening set. Now, the irritation for Burrage is understandable. There were a couple of balls missed at the baseline in the opening game. And she won't have forgotten about that just yet. So when there's another close ball, she is going to take it hard. For Burrage, that's kind of just her personality, her demeanor on court. Sometimes getting it off her chest a little, to a certain extent, can help fire her up, keep her going in the match. She's got to be careful to stay within those boundaries, but she knows herself and her limits. But what players can't afford to do is expend too much energy on those arguments, because an umpire is not going to change their mind once they've made the call. Whether there's any internal regret there, they have to stick with it. Otherwise, these players will feel like they can have a go at them and get something out of it. Not beneficial in the long run. Burrage still with the break here.
Fifteen love. That's second serve. Thirty love. Out. Forty love. Out. 40-15. Ball down. Roll the ball down, mate. Game, Burrage.
Strong finish. Slams the lid on that.
Burrage leads 3-1.
London-based Burrage, so she's not exactly close to home here in Shrewsbury, but she is in her home nation. That can make a lot of difference, and we've seen that for British players across the course of this season. With the increased number of ITF competitions in the country, they've really used them as a springboard. For Burrage herself, this is the 10th tournament she's been able to contest in the UK this year. Mum Yvonne was in the house yesterday. She's got her uncle and cousin watching on today.
Out.
quality, and it has to be.
15 all.
Burrage's movement has taken a step up this season at the back of the court. Just wasn't quite able to move that ball around from the center of the court the way she wanted to. At least had the contact point she was after.
$15-30. Lads, first up.
Oh, that is sharp as anything. It wasn't just the strike from Burrage, it was the direction of shot. Completely catching her opponent off guard. Momentum in the wrong direction. Some way to summon up double break point.
Game, Burrage.
High level hitting from Jodie Burrage. Right out of the top draw. And that is the double break advantage
Burrage
sealed
leads 4 games
on
to 1.
centre court. Pretty happy with her level at the moment, Burrage says she's feeling good, but also tired. It's the end of a long season. I think we've seen that with multiple players this week. Karolina Muchova, a former Australian Open finalist, went out to the very talented 18-year-old Barbora Pilitseva earlier on. A credit to her young fellow Czech getting the job done there, but Muchova looked pretty weary. But Burrage did make an interesting comment regarding that during the W60 in Glasgow. Said that she was feeling tired, but sometimes that's helpful because it enables you to focus more. There's not as much room for things to go on in your head that could distract you. You don't waste energy. You just lock in for each and every point. So at this point in the season, maybe there are beneficial elements of that for her.
Love.
That was a bullet.
15 all.
Quickly ready and balanced behind that forehand return, and proactive with the backhand. The question now is, can she string those kinds of points together?
A bullet.
15 all.
And Burrage has had all the momentum so far, hasn't allowed her opponent to get anything flowing across the board. Nicely seen, the opening to whip away the forehand. Effective return deep into the body. Burrage actually handled it well, but it did rock her back. Couldn't see a way to finish the point quickly.
30-0. T30.
Oh, she's seizing her moments now, Lise. Taking advantage of a second serve from Burrage. And the first delivery looked ready to make the difference in this game, but then went MIA. Bit of breathing room at deuce.
That's advantage Burrage.
There it is.
Wait, please. Game, Burrage.
And she does hold on. Oh. Well,
Burrage leads 5-1.
she was talking over at her coach Craig Veal there, Burrage. Not quite sure what was being said, but that point to her leg. Not positive. We'll just have to watch that and see if there's anything troubling.
Out. Love.
Really positive start to this game for Lise. 1-5 down, you might think, okay, the set's all but over. But with the quality of the Burrage serve under pressure so far, she'll know the importance of hanging on to this game. And the big thing at the moment is to try and put Burrage in the position where she has to serve out this set. And give Lise the opportunity to start the second on serve. Build some scoreboard pressure that has been thoroughly against her in this opener.
T15. Game, please.
Great attitude on display there from the young German.
Burrage leads 5 games to 2.
But she does find herself in an unusual position given her recent results, her strength of form, a semi-final and a final reached in Slovakia, winning the title there a couple of weeks ago. Although she doesn't have trophies to show for her efforts this season, Jodie Burrage, she's been consistently going deep at events, and it's that consistency that is starting to pay off and just getting that rhythm on the match court. Lisa's riding a hot streak, but those streaks do have to end at some point. Burrage looking to do the damage here, will serve for the opening set after this sit down.
Time. Yes. 15 love. That's 30 love.
Flowing. Burrage not even flinching in the face of that service hold for her opponent. And that's the match wins, the consistency coming through. Timing to perfection.
40 love. Game in first set.
Pretty
Burrage.
imperious set of tennis there from Jodie Burrage. It's a strong draw at the W100 Shrewsbury,
6 games to 2.
but she's underlining that she's currently a force to be reckoned with. She's right there in the mix, and she's a setup on centre court. And there's that business-like look of focus about her that speaks volumes, more than words. Kept it nicely under control from the minute she got the breakthrough in this match. And that breakthrough came right in the first game. And that can be tricky sometimes to look after that against an opponent who's in form for the duration of a set. It's a long time to stay focused, stay on it, keep producing. It can get quite monotonous, but she rode the rhythm of that opening set. And now comes the real challenge to keep the momentum going when her opponent is suddenly thinking about starting afresh, making it a new match in this second set.
Time. Second set, leads to serve. Love 15.
Well, I said it was a challenge to keep the roll of momentum going. Burrage looking to prove otherwise.
$15 all. $15.30. $15.40.
The emphatic nature of that first point from Burrage immediately put the pressure on in this game. She's making herself a threat from the baseline when attacking and defending, and Lisa's feeling that. Double break point.
30-40. Deuce.
So important for Lisa to keep a hold of this game and to play with that proactive attitude under pressure. Well, Burrage is all over her.
Lads, first up.
Again, it's the early movement from Burrage that's doing the damage.
Advantage Burrage.
Anticipating that direction of shot up to the ball with plenty of time, and she's minimizing the court. Lisa's feeling that it's a lot smaller than it actually is. Break point number 3. Well, she was a bit unfortunate there, Lise. Miss hit on the return from Burrage, who herself didn't seem convinced it was going in.
First game, second set.
But she has managed to lodge herself in her opponent's head. And that is the set and a break advantage for the British number 4. And it's 4 WTA main draws that Jodie Burrage has found herself in this season. A couple of times courtesy of qualifying. On one of those occasions during grass court season, it was at the high-level WTA event in Eastbourne. Burrage won her first round, took out the top seed and the world number 4, Paola Badosa, in round 2. Best career victory for Burrage so far, and one of a number of big wins that she's compiled this season.
Love 15. Love 30.
It's the leg again. Also being made to work, of course, in the rally, but she's feeling something there, Burrage. And from Lisa's side of the net, if there is something physical going on there, she has to do her best not to think about it, just focus on her own side of the court, what she's doing.
Yep. 15-30.
And whether it's fatigue, whether it's something that's niggling, she's got to channel everything into that first serve, Burrage. Keep these exchanges to a minimum, and that's what she did well in some tighter moments of the opening set. But at the same time, if she is looking to keep these points more concise, it can mean that she goes for a little too much, and that was not the ideal position on the court to target the forehand down the line. High risk. Break back point. And there it is, the break back. And that's what Jodie Burrage thinks of that.
One game all.
If she'd got the consolidation there, Burrage, it was very much her match. But for Eva Lys, the match starts right here. Door shut on the opening set. Just a case of winning 2 sets out of 2. New story now.
Winning 2 sets out of 2. New story now.
Love. Love. Game Lys.
The smoothest of consolidations.
2 games to 1.
What Burrage was looking for in the previous game but couldn't find. Things are happening on centre court. Eva Lys leading on serve in the second set.
Time. That's love 15. Pass. Pass. Love 30.
There are subtle indications that something's not quite right for Burrage now. Going for more on that second serve. Trying to rip it early on the forehand wing. It was a bit more measured, a bit more controlled at the beginning of the opening set. Might just be a case of her opponent getting in her head, but it happened suddenly.
Pass. Long, Jody, long. That's love 40.
There again, just not quick enough to the ball. And throughout the first set, she was all over it, moving smoothly, anticipating, leaning out of that shot. Down triple break point here.
15-40. $30-40. Deuce.
Oh, she's unfortunate there, Lise. A millimetre difference might have changed everything. As it is, Burrage rebounding from that triple break point deficit. And it was that big serve that initially got her back in touch. This would be a huge effort to come through this game.
Out. Advantage, Lise.
I just gave it some more margin there, Burrage. Nothing wrong with the intensity of her ground strokes, giving herself more room to play with. And will take some confidence from wearing her opponent down there and just steadying the ship out here.
I just gave it some more margin.
Advantage, Lise.
But that's smart from Lise with the placement. She knows the deal now. Get Burrage on the move, and that short, sharp angle is going to do the trick. Break point number 5.
That's game, Lise.
And there she is again. Whether it's frustration or something more, things have changed for Jodie Burrage. Completely different complexion to this match since she led by a break at 1-love in the second. Leaning out of a couple of forehands and Lise lapping that up. Serving to consolidate the break advantage now.
Love. Out. 15-all. Out. Out. 15-30.
This is a great response from Burrage, given
15-14.
what's gone down over the past 10 minutes or so. Was looking quite down on herself. Not a lot of positive energy from her end of the court. She's got to work anyway. And double breakback point.
$30-40. Deuce.
Again, just slightly slow off the mark.
Out. Advantage Lise. Game, Lise.
Yeah, she's seeing the openings really clearly now over Lise. And that's 4 games on the trot for the 20-year-old to see herself to quite a healthy-looking lead in this second set. As far as Jodie Burrage goes, she's got to think about the fact that it is just the one break of serve for the time being. It's just got a little loose on the forehand side from Burrage in this set. It happened really suddenly. But Lise has been composed enough to take advantage. She didn't get down on herself when that first set flew away from her. She stayed positive, has a lot of confidence to draw on with her recent form. Staying upbeat. And the Coca-Cola will probably help in that department as we edge on through the day in Shrewsbury. A couple of long matches to kick things off on centre court. Now, this one looked to be a different story, but there have been a couple of twists in the tail so far.
Love 15. All.
Oh, well handled. Nasty twist on that final ball.
30-15.
I used Lisa's own tactic against her there with that short angle to get her opponent on the stretch. She'd anticipated that ball, but it was just too far to run.
Oh, well handled.
Good focus.
All. Out.
Textbook stuff.
40-30.
The setup with the most precise serve out wide. And didn't have to move out of the middle of the court in the aftermath. Good positioning.
Game. Burrage.
Will that get her going? A strong close to the game. And she's got to find some inner fire here, Burrage, or Lise will run with this set still.
4-2.
She's self-motivated incredibly well, the German. After that little bit of intensity from the Brit side of the net, the opening stages of this game could be key for the overall outcome of the second set.
Out. Love 15. Lads, first up.
And when she's had a backhand from that position on top of the court, she's rarely missed the 20-year-old. Taking advantage. So Burrage pushing her back. That's the kind of length of shot she was producing with regularity at the beginning of this clash. Making her mark on this game. This was crucial. but there's no answer to that.
30 all. That's 30-40.
And now the frustration bubbles a little from Lisa's side of the court, and you can understand it. Had a stranglehold on this set with the 4 straight games won, but momentum has been stalled. Breakback point.
That's game.
You've got to credit Jodie Burrage's grit there. It was all going wrong. Things unraveled so quickly. She was leaning out of her shots.
Leads 4 games to 3.
She had no rhythm, but she built on that strong end to her service hold, carried that into the ensuing game, and now she's right back on serve, and the possibility of a straight sets win very much alive.
Time. $15 love.
She's locked back in. She went on a wander,
30 love.
but breaking in that opening game of the set maybe bought her a little time to pull it back together. The scoreboard said 4-1, but it was just the single break of serve. She's bringing the intensity back.
40 love. Out. Game Burrage. New ball.
So many swings of momentum you see in tennis.
4 games all.
Only takes a couple of points to change everything, and Jodie Burrage, with 3 games on the trot now, to reassert herself in this contest. The more we watch, the more it appears that maybe it is just fatigue for Burrage. Taking a whack at both legs there, just maybe trying to do something about the buildup of lactic acid. Fatigue has to set in at some point, but she's fighting it.
15 love.
Now this is going to be the most testing game for Ava Lee so far. She's given a brilliant account of herself. But this is a difficult scoreboard situation.
15 all.
For all, having 3 games gone against her, knowing that if she's broken here, Burrage will serve for the match, and with that bullet of a backhand, she's left in no doubt that Burrage is channeling her inner fire again.
Bolt.
And Burrage will feel like that sweet
15,
justice.
30.
And she was pointing to the previous ball immediately, felt convinced it was long, but crucially played the ball when no call came. Wow.
30 all.
Of all the dead net chords we've seen this week, that might be the most significant. Avoiding the double break point deficit, the ball thought about it, literally rolled along the net cord.
Out. 40, 30. Bolt. Deuce.
And maybe that is a point where Lise needed to read the moment a little more. You can't fault her attitude for most of this clash, but frustration was bubbling again for Burrage after the last couple of points. You want to make her play the points out, make her feel the moment.
Advantage, Lise. That's game, Lise. Lise leads 5 games to 4.
Well, I've almost given up trying to call the twists and turns of this one. Hot and cold from Burrage's side of the net. Ava Lise in response, trying to maintain and just keep it steady. She just about did enough there. A little bit of fortune on her side as well, taking her 1 game away from leveling the contest. A big year of progress on the singles court for Ava Lise. Started the year ranked world number 347. Now fast closing in on the world's top 100 at the age of 20. So body permitting, still many years of competition to look forward to, and already making strides. And beat some key names on the way to that recent 60k title in Slovakia. Katie McNally in the semi-finals, a former top 100 player, and Anna Karolina Schmiedlova in the final. Schmiedlova, an even bigger name, currently ranked inside the world's top 100 with a career high of 26. So she's been going up against quality opposition, Ava Lees, and giving a good account of herself. And it's the same story to date. And Jodie Burrage serving to stay in the second set.
15 love.
And starting well.
Bolt. Fifteen all. Bolt.
Seizing the opportunity to get herself up the court.
15-30.
That backhand was brilliant. Manufactured the angle from nowhere. Didn't hesitate to capitalize behind. And Burrage in a precarious moment now in this game. It doesn't have the largest safety net in her ground stroke game right now, though, Lise. The backhand that can be so devastating when it slides over the net. It's also traveling pretty flat, so needs to lift it a bit more. Oh, back edge of the baseline. And she hasn't hesitated to offer up applause where it's due, Ava Lees. Even in these key moments.
Out. Long. Game Burrage.
Come on, indeed. That was must hold.
5 games all.
And she rose to the occasion, thinking back to that dead net cord for Lees that prevented the double breakpoint opportunity. Things could have swung there. Burrage refusing to cave to agitation.
Love.
Now, these are qualities that are going to serve her really well further down the line. So close to having closed out the second set. It was just a couple of points away. And she's shown herself really accepting of adverse situations in this match, just taking it in stride, facing it head on. And committing to her game plan.
T15. That's game, Lise.
And really impressive.
Lise leads 6 games to 5.
Once again, she takes herself 1 game away from this match going the distance. They haven't all gone to 3 sets, but it's been 3 lengthy matches now on centre court. Katie Boulter with the tightest of straight sets wins over Janina Wickmayer, former US Open semi-finalist. That was 7-5, 7-5. And prior to that, the top seed, world number 47, Anhelina Kalinina, and Freya Christie, the British qualifier, battled for 2 hours and 18 minutes before Kalinina got that one done 3-6, 6-4, 7-6. So Tatiana Maria and Lily Miyazaki could be forced to wait a while longer before they get onto court. Crucial for Burrage to stay in the moment here, or focus on the fact that she's inches from the tie break, not inches from losing the second set.
Love 15. Up. 15 all. $15.30. That's 15-40.
Ultimately, there've just been a few too many loose ground strokes from Burrage's end of the court so far in this set. It started happening quickly. 6-2 and a break. She looked imperious. But now Eva Lise is on the rise. Double break point, double set point.
Pulse.
Oh, that's massive. Absolutely huge from Burrage.
30-40.
Lise was absorbing every blow like a sponge, but Burrage refused to buffer. Digging deep.
Oh, that's massive.
And it's points like the one before that have the potential to completely turn things around. Burrage was flagging here, there's no question. But she's been reawakened by her own intensity. She's got herself going.
And it's
Let's first up. That's advantage, Burrage. Thank you. Game, Burrage.
Monumental. She well and truly earned that round of applause, did the 23-year-old. And those final 4 points could just have changed everything in this match. It's been back and forth. It's become a real tug of war. A few times Burrage has seemingly lost her grip. But now the finish line is in sight. One last push of adrenaline could seal the deal.
One, zero, Lise. Balls down, please.
Got to give so much credit to the German here. A lot of players might have felt a little bit deflated in the face of what Burrage found at the back end of the previous game. And once again, the 20-year-old unshaken.
Lads, first up.
Oh,
3-0,
dear.
Lise.
Now that could have made all the difference in this tiebreak. No, she can't believe it. That is not a ball that she would have been missing earlier in this match. Almost too much time to think about it there. 9 times out of 10 she's making that.
dear.
Now the fatigue is showing at moments.
That's 4-0,
And Burrage does not have fantastic recent memories of tie breaks. Had another very solid run at the 80k in France last week, but that did end in 2 tie breaks. And I don't think it's going to be any kind of comfort that both times it's been against quality opposition.
5-0, Lise.
Lost out to Clara Towson in France last week. And now Eva Lise is on the warpath in Shrewsbury. Dominant advantage here.
And I don't think it's going to
That's really well done. Given the current challenges for Burrage,
5-1.
to be able to come out on top of a rally of that length at this position on the scoreboard in the tiebreak. Showing that she has something left out here. How much remains to be seen.
Five, 2, Liz. Balls down, please. Yep.
Oh, she nailed that at just the right moment. It's never over till it's over. Burrage had a sniff of hope. That backhand line might just have snuffed it out. Quadruple set point.
Halt. Game in second set.
And to the distance we go. What an effort from the German. Eva Lies has kept her head and shoulders up throughout this clash, and she has earned the decider. That answers the questions emphatically about how she would cope if she was forced to play from behind. She's been a pretty dominant force on court recently. It's been a while since she's had to battle back from a set down, but she's responding to the challenge on centre court. And as far as Jodie Burrage goes, we'll just have to see what she's got left in the tank. There was definite tiredness on display. That missed forehand for 3-0 in the tiebreak, that spoke volumes. As the current schedule stands, there are 2 more matches still to come on centre court. It is going to be a late finish one way or another. Tatiana Maria and Lily Miyazaki will have to restart their warm-ups. Another set to go before the number 2 seed and the Glasgow champion are able to take the stage. Someone's running onto court here. And that's interesting. The trainer for Eva Lies. Haven't noticed anything in the match so far. But she has played a lot of tennis recently, and it is that point in the season, 11th month of the year. The WTA finals currently taking place over in the United States. That does signify the official end of the season. A long 11 or 10 months of tennis definitely take their toll on the body. Jodie Burrage making her way back onto court. And not a wonder that she took her time there. She looked like she probably needed a night's sleep right then and there, but the tennis court does not allow for that. Time for set number 3.
Final sets. Burrage to serve.
Emphatic start.
15 love.
However she's feeling, you can't deny her competitive spirit. She's shown it time and again this season.
Pause. Love. Love.
Steely focus from the German. It would have been the ideal start to the decider for Burrage, a hole to love, a vast array of points, front and back foot.
Game Burrage.
But that'll do just as nicely, keeping her foot down.
First game, final set.
Keeping herself well in contention here. Burrage will lead the way in the deciding set. Scoreboard pressure on her opponent.
That's 15 love. Please out. Love. Out. Love. T15. Out. That's game, Liz. One game all.
More of the same from Lise, and after this amount of time on court, that is impressive. Keeping countrywoman Tatiana Maria waiting. If it ends up in a win for Lise, I'm sure Maria won't mind all that much.
Out.
Will probably be pleased to see the future of tennis in the country is in good hands. Might be
Love 15.
fresh off one of the best results of her career, Tatiana Maria, that Wimbledon semi-final this season. But in her mid-30s, she is towards the back end of her career.
Out. 15 all. $15.30.
Well, that has been building for a while. It's hard not to feel for her. There have been some tough line calls out there to date.
Out. That's 15-40.
And that was the giveaway in the second set. That was how you could tell things had turned. The forehand that had been so channeled in the opening set, a forehand that has vastly improved across the course of the last 12 months, become a lot more reliable and consistent, just loose.
30-40.
That's one way to avoid having to hit it.
Game, Liz.
There it is, the breakthrough.
Liz leads 2-1.
Well, she certainly looked like she had more energy and a better trajectory of the two heading into this third set, and Eva Lise has just underlined that. Doesn't give the scoreboard a chance to do any damage. She's back out in front. Mentioned that Burrage has featured in several WTA main draws this season, and Lise, after kick-starting her season on the ITF circuit, has had the chance to feature in some WTA main draws herself. Also had the opportunity to face off with the world #1, Iga Swiatek, Didn't really get a foothold in that match earlier in the season, Lise, but it would have been greatly insightful in terms of improvements that needed making. And that's been the case for a number of our British players today. Freya Christie, who was so close to the top seed. Sonné Cartel, who almost got it done over former junior world number 1 Anna Konyu. Sometimes losses can do more than wins for development in the long run.
Let's second serve. Love. Love. Love.
She's got to channel it from wherever she can at the moment, Burrage, whether that's inside or from the crowd who are so willing to get behind her here. And Lisa's handling that energy well. She'll know that she's not home favourite today, but she doesn't seem to care.
And Lisa's handling that
Focus
energy
locked
well.
on that ball, no regard for her opponent.
And Lisa's handling that energy well. She'll
Positive
know that
body
she's
language.
not.
Let's first up. Love. Love. That's 40 love. Out. Game, Burrage.
Pinpoint accuracy. That's big from Burrage.
Liz leads 3 games to 2.
Keeping herself in touch. And yes, she's flagging, and yes, it's tough right now. But as long as she can keep herself on this court and her opponent, she keeps her opportunities alive, and Lisa's channeling such a good level at the moment. The longer she's kept on court, the more chance there is of a drop-off. A couple of points is all it takes to swing things. Taped together, and Jodie Burrage. You can see her motioning to that shoulder a few times, but still going.
Time. Out. Love 15.
Taking that ball on the ascendancy, on the rise. Finding ways to get Lise on the run.
Love 13.
And there it is. One of the first really loose ground strokes that we've seen from the German in some time. Burrage just slowing her down out here. And she can sense the opportunity. It's a proper chance now. 3 of them, in fact, in a row. Triple break back point. It might seem like these points have come out of nowhere, but that emphatic Burrage hold has done damage.
That's game, Burrage.
And that damage is displayed on the scoreboard. What a turnaround.
3 games all.
And she might be wilting, but she is back on the rise in this match. 2 games on the bounce for Burrage. Her will taking her where her body can't. Should have an extra lease of life here.
That's 15, love. Thirty, love. Thirty, 15.
Back in the saddle.
40, 15. Game, Burrage.
And back in front on the scoreboard. Huge effort from Jody Burrage. 3
Burrage
games
leads 4
in a
games to
row
3.
now for the Brit. The latest pendulum swing goes in her direction. Is there room for more in this match? There have been plenty of twists and turns so far. Evelise has to draw on that reminder now. And there were telltale signs early on for Burrage, even as she steamrolled through that opening set.
Time.
Evidence that physically that she was feeling it. Saving the energy for the points right now. And it's taking her places. Lise playing catch up.
Love.
And getting everyone involved here.
15-all.
What a strike this is. Full commitment. Blistering backhand.
Third C15. Fourth C15. Gameless. 4 games all.
Well, there you go. It follows the theme of this match, that Lise should hang on and stay in touch. So much back and forth. Can Burrage maintain the same fire now that her streak of games has been snapped? Has to start over.
Love. All. Out. 15-30.
That's huge.
15-40.
She's accelerating towards the finish line, Lise. And that is very much in sight as she has double break point on the board.
Lads, first up. Out.
Swinging.
30-40.
You could see right there, the tiredness is keeping her in the zone.
Swinging.
Seeing nothing but the ball. Can she do it again?
Game.
Not this time,
Yes.
and that is such a tough way to see it go.
Lise leads 5-4.
The dead net cord that prevented the break
Congratulations,
point
all of you, for winning this
opportunities in the second set wasn't ultimately costly in the moment, but that could be decisive. Evelise with the opportunity to serve for her spot in the W100 Shrewsbury quarterfinals. The two spots remaining in that lineup. So far it is confirmed that Annalena Kalinina, the top seed, will take on Britt Elise Maloney, the qualifier who knocked off the number 7 seed, top 100 player Miyazaki Doi earlier on. Barbara Palisova, the 18-year-old from the Czech Republic, will face her countrywoman Marketa Vondrusova, the number 8 seed. Katie Boulter, a winner over Janina Wickmayer, will take on Anna Konyo. And the winner of this clash to face the winner of the match between Tatiana Maria and Lily Miyazaki. It is Evelise, who is 4 points away from setting up that contest. Serving for the match.
Love. Out. 15. Out. 30-15. That's 40-15.
And it all comes down to this double match point on the Evelise serve.
Hot. Game, set and match.
You're going to see a lot more of this player.
2-6, 7-6,
Eva
6-4.
Lees kept her head and shoulders up throughout this clash, and ultimately just had more left in the tank. Jodie Burrage was tough, but she was also tired, and Lees took full advantage. Kept going after her shots, hung in there when things twisted and turned, was just patient, and got the reward ultimately, a spot in the quarterfinals at the W100 Shrewsbury, looking to end a breakout season on a high. So she will take on the winner of the next match. Now there has been a schedule change here on centre court, such has been the length of the matches so far. Really tough battles, meaning that the previous doubles match scheduled between Nagina Abduraimova and Paula Kania, and the British pairing of Lauren Jean-Baptiste and Elise Maloney, that will now be played over on court 3, keeping the not before time of 6:30. But the fourth and final match on centre court will be making its way to the stage shortly, and that will be between the number 2 seed Tatiana Maria and the W60 Glasgow champion Lily Miyazaki. Confirmation of the scoreline there. Eva Lees coming from a set down, and maybe she'll hang around a little longer to see who she takes on in the last 8. I'll be back with you shortly for that fourth and final match of the day on centre court.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our final singles match of the day here at the Shrewsbury Club, please welcome onto court, firstly from Germany, our number 2 seed, Tatiana Maria. And from Great Britain, please welcome Lily Miyazaki. Ladies and gentlemen, the doubles match, which was due to follow after this singles, will now be moving to court number 3 and will be played not before 6:30 p.m. on court number 3. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back to Centre Court at the Shrewsbury Club, at the W100 Shrewsbury, for what is now the final time today. Long-running matches means that the final doubles match has been moved over to Court 3, but the people still in their seats are going to be in for a show here. Lily Miyazaki, the W60 Glasgow champion, is taking on the number 2 seed and this year's Wimbledon semi-finalist Tatiana Maria. Abigail Johnson with you for this clash. Wins so far on centre court today for top seed Angelina Kalinina, who came from the brink to get the win over Freya Christie, as you can see there in the final set tiebreak. Now, the victory for Elise Maloney was over on court 3, a huge one for the British qualifier over the number 7 seed Misaki Doi, but Katie Boulter on centre court, a winner over Janina Wickmayer. And just now, Eva Lies, the 20-year-old from Germany who has made such strides this season, coming from behind to get it done over Jodie Burrage, edging the second set in a tie-break and stamping her authority for the 6-4 final set, meaning that in the 7 quarter-final matches that have featured Brits so far, 2 have moved through. Lily Miyazaki on your screen is looking to be the 3rd. Still marched under the Japanese flag at the beginning of the season, but she's lived in the UK for some time now, since the age of 10. Trains here, is based here, so switched to represent the United Kingdom in around March time this year. World ranking number 223 for the 26-year-old, and her career high ranking just inside the top 200, that number achieved back in March. But it doesn't accurately reflect really the moves that Miyazaki's been making this year. A lot of her success last season came at lower levels of the sport, and she's been taking a big step up this year, competing in the Grand Slams, having some experiences at WTA level and at the higher end of the ITF World Tennis Tour. So she's been dropping off some of the ranking points that she picked up last season as she looks to take a step up. Even though she's a few steps off her career high ranking, then she is still on the rise. And that much was evident when she went to the trophy at that 60k level tournament in Glasgow a couple of weeks ago. Beat the top seed Katie Swan and came from a set and 5-1 down in the final to see off Heather Watson for the trophy. Watson having reached the 4th round at Wimbledon this year. And here's a woman who made the final 4 at the championships. Tatiana Maria, 35 years old, 15 years senior to her countrywoman that just picked up the win over Jodie Burrage. But seeing some of the highlights of her career in recent months, including, of course, that semi-final appearances on the grass of SW19.
Ladies and gentlemen, this second round match will be the best of 3 tie-break sets. Lily Miyazaki won the toss and chose to receive.
She's been back and forth on the balcony here at the club, Tatiana Maria, watching the progress of the previous match with no idea as to when she would get on court. It's been a long day waiting around, but it's finally showtime, and she might actually have appreciated an extra couple of hours of rest. She was made to work hard in her opening round against Marnie Banks, British wildcard, age 20, who showed some real signs of her potential before Tatiana Maria steered through in a second set tiebreak. So the straight sets win for Maria to kick things off.
End of warm-up.
And for Lily Miyazaki, it was also a straight sets progression as she got the better of Gabriella Knutson. 6-4, 7-5 on centre court a couple of days ago. A rest day for Miyazaki yesterday. She would have wanted it after she picked up a physical niggle in her doubles match with Emily Appleton late in the day on Tuesday. And time will tell how she holds up physically in this one.
Set.
These two facing
Tatiana
off for the
Maria,
first time.
serve. Ready? Play. Let for serve. Love. Love.
It'll be very interesting to see how these two game styles match up to each other. Neither player likes to stay at the baseline and bludgeon the ball. They've both got good court craft and good feel.
Out. 40 love.
And that's something that all of Tatiana Maria's opponents struggle with against her. The fact that no single ground stroke is the same as the next. Different flights, different travels, different slices. But Miyazaki isn't going to give her that clean pace to feed off, so that could prove problematic.
Out game, Maria.
But that's a smooth start to this contest for the German.
First game.
Maria first onto the board. World number 70, a career high ranking of number 46, achieved for Maria back in 2017. Been around for some time and has had many appearances on the tennis court here in the UK thanks to the yearly grass court season. This is the biggest women's tennis event in the UK outside of that grass court season since 1995.
Foot. Let's second serve. Love 15.
A nice way to get herself on the board.
15 all.
And she made the comment, Lily Miyazaki, that her body is starting to break down. A little bit ironic after she watched her opponents break down before her in Glasgow. Katie Swan had picked up an injury by the end of their match.
A nice way to get herself on the board.
Julie Belgrava, who she faced in the quarterfinals in Glasgow, forced to retire. And Jodie Burrage fairly beaten in the semis.
15-13.
But even Heather Watson had picked up a couple of ailments by the time Miyazaki was done with her in the Glasgow final. And it's since Glasgow that Miyazaki's been having a couple of issues herself. Was ill heading into Loughborough, lost in the first round there last week. How good is the reach? Great improvisation from Miyazaki.
30 all.
Now those hand skills in the forecourt have the potential to really give Maria a headache out here. That's the kind of damage she's used to inflicting on her opponents.
How good is the reach?
But 40-13. Game Miyazaki.
Well, that rally was everything we expected from this match, wrapped into 1 point. Miyazaki coming out on the right end of that one and getting herself officially on the scoreboard in this encounter. They're going to wear each other down out here. The little niggle that Miyazaki picked up during her doubles loss with Emily Appleton, that was in a match tiebreak a couple of days ago. It was a kind of lower abdominal thing. My goodness, what timing.
Love 15.
Both in terms of the shot, but also the game, that first point making her mark.
Love 30.
You can expect to see that from the number 2 seed.
15-13.
She was not always up against Marnie Banks, and in the moment she was down, she looked to use that serve and get up the court behind it, and she has the options. And that made that A very smart choice of return from Miyazaki,
15-14.
deep to the feet, taking the chance of the immediate attack away from the number 2 seed. And here we have the first couple of break points.
Out 30-40. Deuce. Foot.
Oh, she was right inside the baseline to take that return on Miyazaki when she saw the
Advantage
second
Miyazaki.
serve was coming. And that is part of what makes her such a tricky opponent. The way she relentlessly takes that ball on the rise and takes time away as a result. Third break point.
Deuce.
And you can start to tally the aces for Tatiana Maria.
Foot.
Nice turnaround.
Advantage Maria.
If there's a hole in the Miyazaki game, she's so versatile, but when she comes into the forecourt, sometimes it needs to be a little punchier with the volley when she's got herself into an aggressive position. Still working on that.
Deuce.
Oh, wow. Well, that ball was taken so quickly that I think Tatiana Maria was still waiting for the call that never came. Lightning strike from the Brit's racket.
Advantage Miyazaki. Deuce.
Smooth.
Advantage Miyazaki.
And that was the right moment to bring out the touch and feel on the volley, with Maria backing off behind the baseline, expecting a deeper ball.
Miyazaki.
Went big,
Miyazaki
but
leads
fortune
2-1.
did not favour the brave this time around. Miyazaki ultimately pegging her opponent back too many times in that game. and it is first blood to the W60 Glasgow champion. She's going to make the German fight today. So was born in Japan, Miyazaki, but actually moved to Switzerland at the age of 5 because of her dad's work, and it was in Switzerland that she first picked up a racket, and thanks to her older brother, 2 years her senior. And then she moved to the UK at the age of 10, did her schooling and her tennis training right here in the UK, and played a lot of county tennis for Surrey. Lives in the Wimbledon area and made her Wimbledon main draw debut this season. Took former world number 4 Caroline Garcia right down the wire. Lost only in a final set tiebreak. And took a lot away from that match in terms of knowing where her level is at and the things that she's potentially capable of.
$15 left. $30 left. $40 left.
Using the serve. That was a breathtaking half volley from Tatiana Maria.
40-15.
Battle of hand skills here on centre court. And that would have been point over for many members of the WTA tour. Not for this woman. So well balanced to capitalise behind it. How many highlights in one game? She made a really difficult shot there look easy. No look, high backhand volley, flick of the wrist.
How many highlights in one game?
Has she built some momentum here? The Miyazaki serve and follow-up says no. Staved that off nicely.
Miyazaki leads 3-1.
It can be a challenge breaking through early. Still a fair distance to the end of the set. But that felt like a mini challenge overcome for Miyazaki.
$15 left. Out. 30 love. Love.
Well, she definitely showed her maturity in her previous match, Maria, and she's channeling it again here.
Out game, Maria.
No thoughts of the break of serve, the fact that she's trailing, just staying
Miyazaki
in the
leads
moment,
3 games to 2.
pacing herself and keeping herself in touch here on centre court. Not only the season of her first Grand Slam semi-final for Tatiana Maria 2022, but also the season of her second WTA singles title victory. That was back in April out in Bogota, Colombia, on the slower surface of clay, so that shows her versatility and adaptability. Her previous WTA title at the Mallorca Open in June 2018 went on grass courts, her favourite surface. She was ranked world number 237 at the time Maria came through qualifying. And beat the number 3 seed Rebecca Patterson on the way to that trophy. In a different situation here in Shrewsbury. It is quite tough for the top 100 players here with the target on their backs against quality opposition like Miyazaki, who's ranked outside the top 200 but on the rise and very capable. The margins are incredibly slim.
Let's for serve. Let's for serve. Love. Let's for serve. all.
We've seen some nasty net cords out here today. That had the potential to be one. Something for Tatiana Maria to build on there. A little bit of a stalling of rhythm. And the slice and dice
15-14
will only continue to halt that flow. Double break back point for the world number 70.
Game, Maria.
And there she is, right back on serve.
3 games all.
And that is courtesy of the steady demeanour that we saw in the face of that deficit that was on the scoreboard. Carrying herself well and playing with patience. Gets the reward for that. Back on serve. All square at the halfway point of this opening set.
$15 love. Votes. $15 all. $30, $50.
If there's been anything in recent matches, recent singles matches for Miyazaki that's maybe been a little concerning, the forehand has been hit and miss. Little openings that Maria can take advantage of.
40, 15.
And particularly with the help of that T serve, that one was particularly brutal in a first round match. Came through in some key moments.
Out game, Maria. New balls, please.
And it's all change on centre court. Not just the balls, but also
Maria
the scoreboard.
leads 4 games to 3.
Tatiana Maria sitting herself in the driver's seat. Keeping things on serve, having trailed by a break. 3 games in a row. You can see the depth and skill set of the Tatiana Maria game. She's got those 2 WTA titles in singles. In fact, she's never lost a singles final on the WTA circuit, but also has 4 titles to her name in doubles.
Time.
And one of those alongside a British player, herself and Heather Watson, winning out in Mexico in 2018. Nice move. Completely aware of Maria's position at the back of the court without ever losing focus on that ball, Miyazaki. Yeah, that's a crucial skill.
Out 30 love. $40 love. Fault. (40-15). Game, Miyazaki.
Tatiana Maria does not think that ball was in, and I've got to say it was close. I might be inclined to agree with her, but she knows there's no point in arguing. And credit to Miyazaki for being willing to target those lines, get her opponent on the move. Maria is not an opponent you want to hang around and wait for them to miss. She's not going to do that often.
Let's second serve. Love 15. (15 all). Out 15-13.
Just leaning out of it there. Maria frustrated at herself.
Out 30 all.
And that's unfortunate for Miyazaki. Right intention, execution just a little off. That ball deep into the body could prove really effective against Maria.
Out 40-30.
Prevent her from having time to work and manipulate the ball the way she wants to. But that tee serve of Tatiana Maria's just as effective in that department.
Fault.
Taking away her opponent's control.
Game, Maria.
Well survived. 3 points in a row from 15-30
Really
down at the
5
business end of this opening set. The number 2 seed with the opportunity here to push through on the return. So the pressure will be on the shoulders of the Brit, Lily Miyazaki, world number 223. Two Brits in the quarterfinals, 2 Czechs. Tatiana Maria looking to make it 2 Germans.
Time.
And Lily Miyazaki looking to make Great Britain the most represented nation in the last 8 of the W100 Shrewsbury, serving to stay in this opening set.
But 15 love.
Some turnaround. Stretched Miyazaki
51.
right out there, Maria, dipping that ball down the line. It was the placement and the severity of the drop on the ball combined that made that such a tough shot to deal with it.
(15-13).
Same again, maximizing the width and keeping that ball devastatingly close to the net. And Miyazaki was going to have to do a lot of work on it. And it was a long sprint up to it. Short on time, short on space. But quickly puts it behind her.
30 all.
Great attitude, kept her feet moving as well to ensure that she got that ball central on the racket face. Can't afford to think about the scoreboard right now.
But 30.
Just missed. Maria reading the moment, responding as required, the depth on the slice, forcing Miyazaki to reset over and over. Tough to judge that forehand, and tough to see what it's done to the numbers on the board. Break point is set point. Well done. No hesitation.
Advantage, Miyazaki. Game.
Adapted
Miyazaki.
so well at the back end of that game, Miyazaki.
5 games all.
Now, the way she took that in stride fires a warning shot to Maria. She won't win this set by default. Will have to step up and earn it. Set point saved.
(15 love). Out. 15 all.
Oh, barely.
30-15.
You could not fault that move from Miyazaki. It was just the right ball. Has to put that behind her quickly.
Out. $40-15.
Now one, even for 30-15 as opposed to 15-30, not so costly. 2 in a row, that could sting.
Game Maria.
Showing her class once again, Tatiana Maria.
Maria leads 6-5.
The missed set point behind her. And once again, one step away from clinching the opening set. Miyazaki, one away from the tiebreak.
Time. Love 15. $15 all. $30-15. Out.
Oh.
30 all.
Oh, I don't know. I don't trust my own eyesight. But Miyazaki not helping out the lines judges on that occasion. You could see the fist pump from Maria senses a chance here at 30 all. And that chance evaporates, and Miyazaki's handled this really well from love 15, that
14,
volley into
13.
the net. Moved on quickly. Penalising Maria, who'd gone a few paces behind the baseline just to give herself more time on the ball.
Deuce. Advantage, Miyazaki. Out.
Can't fault the
Deuce.
combination again. But Maria had put the pressure on. She did so well to track down the drop shot and then get length on the follow-up ball. Just to test Miyazaki as much as possible. Good reach. Stood
Advantage,
so
Maria.
firm in the forecourt. And she stayed so positive, Maria, even though you could sense a little bit of frustration below the surface at moments. She knows this set is within touching distance, 1 point away here, a second set point.
Out game for sets.
And that will
Maria,
do it, wearing Miyazaki down.
7 games to 5.
And Tatiana Maria, 1 set to the good on centre court. But boy, did she have to work for that. Well, ultimately, the scoreboard just working against Miyazaki there. Maria was able to stay patient, stay calm, use it. I think Miyazaki opted to receive to begin this match. And got what she was looking for initially. Had that 3-1 advantage, but it was the love hold in the next game from Maria that really started to turn things around, gave her something to build on. Just slowed Miyazaki down. And it really was about the patient working of the slice and the big serves when it mattered in the end for Tatiana Maria. Got over those first missed set point opportunities, no problem. And Miyazaki just with a couple of screws to tighten out here. Great depth of option, but when she's got herself up the court, just needs to be a little punchier, finish things
Time.
slightly more quickly.
Second sets, Maria to serve. 15 love. Out 30 love. Out. Forty love. Out 40, 15.
I'm just forced to back off on that forehand, Maria. And Miyazaki should be taking note of that. Really tough to unbalance the German.
Forty, 13.
And drops the bullet. And with Miyazaki, it's all about that timing. She has to see the ball really clearly because she's not going to generate a lot of firepower herself. It's all about the moment she connects with the ball.
Let for serve. Game, Maria.
Comes through golden again
First
when it
game,
really
second
matters, and that is why she's a top 100 player, Tatiana Maria, starting on the right foot in this second set. Making the most of that serving advantage she has, courtesy of breaking through for the opener.
Love 15.
Oh, just ran through that,
Love
Miyazaki.
13.
It's such a shame because she was looking to be more punchy with that strike. Just hadn't quite steadied herself enough and was acutely aware of Maria running into her eye line. That baseline pressure was on.
But out.
Yeah, it's the loose forehand.
Love 40.
It was the undoing of Jodie Burrage earlier. Miyazaki with the miss time on that occasion. Tatiana Maria looking at break points to choose from.
$15, 40.
Nicely worked. Flowing travel up the court.
30-14.
2 saved, 1 to go. Here's the hole too deep.
Game, Maria.
Yes, it is. Sometimes
Maria
it's
leads
just
2
the
games to love.
depth of the deficit that really does the ultimate damage. Did not have a safety net there, Miyazaki. And the number 2 seed capitalizes, serving to back up the break of serve.
Fifteen love.
Oh, well placed.
15 all.
Maria was very much on the ascendancy, coming over the top of that ball. Some dig from Miyazaki. Really important for her to get one of those first 2 points to establish herself in the game and prevent Maria from feeling like she's getting on a run of momentum. It is 4 points on the trot for the German. 4 games even.
Fifteen, 13.
That reaction alone testifies of the frustration. I think that time, I don't know, it's questionable, but you can't fault the point construction there from Miyazaki. Immediate, committed, willing to play on her own terms. That's gorgeous. What a sweep.
15, 14.
Yeah, that cross-court angle has been used to perfection in this game. And Maria just not doing enough really with the slice sat up in the middle of the court. And
That's
Miyazaki took
gorgeous.
advantage. Double break back point, a lifeline in this match for the British number 8.
Thirty, 14.
Bang on the line. And that deserves applause from the number 2 seed. And we've seen that from her time and again. When push comes to shove, she steps up. That's when she gets aggressive.
Deuce.
And that's what can make the difference between the good players and the great players. We've got a number of top 100 competitors and former top 100 competitors here at the W100 Shrewsbury, and they can just read the moments in the match, know what they have to produce at a given time. And Miyazaki reading that point brilliantly.
Advantage Miyazaki.
Third chance to get back on level pegging in this set. And she's worked that magnificently. Just a flick of the wrist.
Out deuce. Advantage Miyazaki. Deuce.
Now that one will sting. Second serve, look to take advantage of it. Now it's Maria who's been offered a lifeline in this particular game.
Let for serve.
My goodness, what a point. Exhibition time on centre court. And that reaction from Tatiana Maria tells you everything. Pushed to the limits. This is break point number 5. And as that game extended, it became essential for Lily Miyazaki to break right there. If Tatiana Maria had hung on to that game, she would have seized a whole lot of momentum. It would have been 5 games straight. Miyazaki would have been under serious pressure. As it is, the length of that game has the potential to turn the tide.
Time. 15 love. Thirty love.
Now this is ideal for
40
Miyazaki.
love.
Well and truly snapped the streak for Maria, capitalizing on her 5th break point. Building up an imposing lead in this game.
Okay, Miyazaki. New
Sealing
course,
it.
please.
In standout
Full
fashion.
change, 2 games all.
The 3 love would have looked dominant. 2 all, and it's all change. And Tatiana Maria has got to be thinking, not again, with the way Marnie Banks pegged her back just a couple of days ago.
Out. Love 15. $15 all.
I think you'll see a little more urgency from Tatiana Maria in this game. And those moves up the court have often come at 15:30s at break points down. But she can surely sense the momentum that Miyazaki's
50.
building, and as a result, that is quite a big miss from the Brit. And Maria was languishing behind the baseline. She did not have a hope if that smash had landed in play. Off the hook. Brilliant.
30 all.
And it turns out that Maria is hanging back, and Miyazaki on that occasion makes her pay for it. Brilliant.
Out. 40, 30. Deuce.
Yeah, she clipped the neck cord, but it didn't make much difference. She was on the ascendancy there, Miyazaki. Even with an aggressive position in the forecourt, Maria forced to defend. I think
Advantage,
Miyazaki
Maria.
almost surprised at where the chopped approach landed, middle of the court. Ideally, the number 2 seed would have wanted to do a little bit more than this. It sat there, and it was almost like Miyazaki was caught in 2 minds as to what to do with that backhand. Didn't have enough height.
Game, Maria.
And she squeaks through. It got a
Maria
little
leads 3
bitty
games to 2.
from both players in that game. But you felt like it was a massive one for the German to hold on to. Can start building up that streak of games again as she holds off Miyazaki for the time being. Deep breaths. And 3-2. So just the 2 matches still going on at the Shrewsbury Club now. That doubles match that should have been last on centre before the matches decided to run as long as possible. Ongoing over on court 3. Elise Maloney on court for the 2nd time today after her thrilling upset of number 7 seed Misaki Doi. Now alongside former junior doubles partner Lauren Jean-Baptiste. They had quite the streak going as a duo, those two. Taking on Nagina Abduraimova and Paula Kania. It's the latter pairing that lead by a set, 6-4, but on serve in the second. That's over on court 3. And this now the final match of the day on centre. And whether it ends in straights or 3 sets, it's going to be a late night.
Out. 15.
Again, that's tough for Miyazaki. A little bit of a miss hit on the backhand cross court, but she recognized the damage of the angle. She was quick to get up to the net. It's just not her natural style to really punch at those volleys. It's going to be something that she's working on the practice court.
$15 all. $30-15.
Well, if that was a darts board, she found the bullseye with that delivery. Razor sharp. Special stuff.
30 all.
Keeping herself right on top of that baseline throughout the rally, Maria. And once she was up in the forecourt, nice easy finish, courtesy of the quality of the forehand.
Let's for serve. Out. $30-14.
Just fell out of that second serve. And Maria's making her work. Is she making her feel it physically? Break point to regain the advantage for the German. Yeah, the serve and volley comes to play it. It's not the first time we've seen that at break point down.
Deuce.
Brave tennis being rewarded.
Advantage, Miyazaki.
Oh my goodness. That's incredible.
Deuce.
The tiniest of rainbow arcs across that net. Lily Miyazaki didn't have a hope. Changing up the racket face. And there was serious dip on that ball up the line. It was not a bad pass.
That's incredible.
Advantage, Maria.
And it might have done prolonged damage. Break point again.
Deuce. Advantage, Maria.
And keeping that ball low in the court, Maria Miyazaki having to do more work with the racket head to get the lift, and it was a lift that she couldn't manufacture on that occasion. This is break point number 3. She found a window that didn't even seem to be open there, Miyazaki.
Deuce.
Great insight. Had to back off quickly. Moment of inspiration. Well, the last time that she held a
Advantage,
lengthy
Miyazaki.
service game in this set, it was enough to turn the tide. Or came through a lengthy game, I should say. It was on the return.
Out game, Miyazaki.
And she comes through this mini battle as well.
3 games all.
Could that prove significant? A lot of that really depends on the quality of the first serve of Tatiana Maria, whether she can land those bombs down the tee. How many looks at second serves is Miyazaki going to get here? She's made a point of taking them on. Here she comes.
Love 15. Out.
And once again, just scooping that
Left
up
13.
so quickly. Maria so short on reaction time.
Out.
Once again, stood
14.
right on top of the baseline. She's read the story of the match. She knows what's been working, and she spied the opportunity to turn the tide here. The pendulum swings.
15.
But the
14.
break will not be to love. Clinical response from Maria. 2 more to save.
Game, Miyazaki.
What a scorcher. What a game from Lily Miyazaki. Reading the
Miyazaki
moment
leads 4 games to
and
3.
responding in style. She did everything right in that return game. And once again, a tough mini battle come through. A close game 1 does rewrite the story of the set. For the first time in this set, Tatiana Maria trails by a break. Previously, Miyazaki fought back to get back on serve. There's life left in this match.
Ladies and gentlemen, the physio has been called to court.
Okay, I suspected that might have been what Tatiana Maria was chatting to the umpire about there. She carries herself so well that it's very difficult to read when something might be up. But it's been a long day. It can be tough when you've waited around all day and then have to go on to play a match. Yeah, a lot of head shaking. This does not look positive from Tatiana Maria. If there is some physical issue, it might explain why she was hanging back at a couple of what felt like pivotal moments of the second set when you expected her to step up the court. Maybe just didn't want to exaggerate something.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately due to injury, Tatiana Maria is forced to retire. Game, set, and match. Miyazaki.
Oh, that's tough. And this match was really shaping up to be a battle. Both players had given good accounts of themselves, but not to be for the number 2 seed today. She knows her body. She has to listen to it. Tough way for this day at the office to end. She leads by a set, but trails by a break in the second. And Lily Miyazaki completes the quarter-final lineup at the W100 Shrewsbury. All the best to Tatiana Maria. Whatever the physical issue is, hopefully resolved as soon as possible. It's the back end of a long and successful season for her. She'll hope to continue that in 2023. But it's Lily Miyazaki whose journey in Shrewsbury continues, the W60 Glasgow champion, into the last 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a doubles quarter-final still taking place on court number 3 between Najina Abdemirova, Paula Kenya-Chocolan, Lauren Jean-Baptiste and Elise Maloney. That doubles match is still taking place on court number 3 and does have seating by that court. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming for today's tennis.
So that closes the day on centre court a little prematurely. It did feel like we could be here for another hour, with Lily Miyazaki mounting the comeback, but the retirement ends the day and Miyazaki moves through. Wins today for Annalena Kalinina, the top seed, Katie Boulter of Great Britain, and 20-year-old Eva Lies of Germany, previously on this court. And the quarterfinals are set. All 4 of those singles quarterfinals will take place on centre court tomorrow, kicking off at 10:30 a.m. with the all-Czech battle between Barbora Politseva and Marketa Vondrousova. I've been Abigail Johnson alongside Anna Smith, taking you through the day. Thanks for joining with us. It's going to be a jam-packed day of action once again tomorrow. And we look forward to joining you again for it. We'll see you back here at 10:30 a.m. at the W100 Shrewsbury.